Yes.
The Leaf Green Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1421 of the War News stream. And today has been an extremely crazy day so far. U.S. forces are preparing to attack the Iranian regime with airstrikes very soon. Not really sure when, but it's coming up imminently. We've also seen that Iran has declared nationwide martial law across their country, and also NOTAMs have closed the airspace over Iran. And there is very big news today, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world as significant developments have emerged from across the globe, including significant news out of CENTCOM's area of responsibility of the U.S. Armed Forces. As information has now emerged that the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, currently near to the area of the South China Sea, has been given orders to make all available steam towards to the area of the Arabian Sea to join in CENTCOM's area of responsibility in preparation for eventual strikes by U.S. forces on the Islamic Republic of Iran. Additional preparatory actions have been made today to show that these strikes will be imminent at some point within the future, most likely within the next 2 weeks, maybe even a month. We have seen that significant amounts of U.S. armed forces, including those at the Al-Udeid Air Base, that find themselves in close proximity to the Islamic Republic of Iran, have been pre-evacuated out of the area, with NOTAMs also being issued apparently over Iraq for a limited period over the course of the day, along with a national NOTAM being issued by the Iranians across the entirety of their airspace. We have also seen the diplomatic staff throughout the entirety of the Middle East have been given orders by the U.S. Department of State to shelter in place until further notice, and to also conduct only necessary actions and to greatly limit non-necessary trips and actions of the consular staff within these countries. Meanwhile, we have seen that within the Islamic Republic of Iran, further actions are being conducted to prepare themselves for an eventual war with Israel and the United States. The Iranians have already levied a threat against the Qataris that if they are to be involved in any sort of actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran or the support of armed action by the United States against Iran, they will be conducting direct attacks against Qatar's major city, the city of Doha, as well as any military facilities throughout the country. While at the same time, we were also able to hear of Israeli aircraft which are alleged to have been within the area of Basra, with video footage emerging, generally showing a large number of aircraft over the area, although due to the nighttime and the darkness of the sky, it's incredibly hard to identify the exact type of aircraft that were flying. We also heard that Iranian MiG-29s were apparently also flying on the other side of the border within a similar location inside of Iran, meaning that for a brief moment there was some form of an air-armed standoff happening within the area of the southern border of Iraq and Iran. Additionally, we have also been able to see that there was a closure of airspace once again throughout the entirety of the region earlier today, and while that does not appear to be the case currently, as the airspace within Iraq appears to be reopening within some limited capacity with some flights still transiting through the area, it does appear that the airspace situation will be becoming a lot more strenuous as conflict becomes a near certainty. The Israelis have continued to put their forces on high alert, with Iron Dome air defense systems and others being deployed throughout the country still, and also rotating their positions as if they are already in a war. The Wing of Zion, which is the Air Force One of Israel, did conduct a drill evacuation flight today to the island of Crete within the Greek Republic, and then flew back to Israel not long after. The Jordanians have also put their air defenses on high alert as well, and usually considering that the Kingdom of Jordan is heavily involved in coalition air activities within the region, this is also indicating to us that there is some sort of a planned American or Israeli air attack that will be conducted on the Iranians incredibly soon, considering that the Jordanians will have to be responsible in helping to shoot down and counter a large amount of the Iranian missile and drone fire that will be targeted towards the state of Israel and fly over their own airspace. Meanwhile, inside of Syria, more fighting has broken out between the Syrian Democratic Forces and the Syrian interim government, with major battles now breaking out not only within the northern suburbs of Aleppo, but near to the town of Diyar Hafir, which is along the major highway of Motorway 4, heading deeper into the area of the Syrian Democratic Forces controlled regions along the Euphrates River and along Lake Assad. We also have seen that the Syrian interim government's armed forces are moving in larger numbers of equipment and personnel into the city of Aleppo as they continue their siege of the Sheikh Massoud district of northern Aleppo. Outside of that, we have been able to see that further on out of the region, inside of the Russian Federation, Ukrainian armed forces were able to conduct a major and significant attack against Russian Federation critical infrastructure and war industry over the course of the day, including a chemical plant within the Stavropol Krai Oblast of the Russian Don region, and also a significant attack on the city of Orsk, which appears to have hit several targets throughout the midst of the night, and damage reports are still incoming. Footage has finally emerged of the strikes that were conducted on the 4 oil tankers that were attempting to load up with oil at the port of Novorossiysk, showing that at least for one of the vessels, moderate damage had been sustained, and it does appear that this vessel will be out of operation until repairs can be effected, which may take about a month or two worth of time for this ship to be able to return back into service. Additionally, Ukrainian armed forces have shot down a large number of drones once again overnight in a Russian aerial attack, while Ukrainian forces have doggedly held the front lines over the course of the day, inflicting significant casualties onto the armed forces of the Russian Federation, and largely making any small advance that the Russians have made paid for fully in blood. Meanwhile, inside of Europe and the United States of America, there have been significant developments concerning the situation with Greenland, as Danish and American officials today spoke and made absolutely no headway on the situation with Greenland, with the Danish officials and the Danish foreign minister making it incredibly clear that there has been absolutely no progress with the United States of America in making it clear that Denmark will not cede Greenland to the United States of America in an unarmed and non-conflicting form of an annexation. At the same time, the Federal Republic of Germany and the Republic of France has now dedicated forces to the island of Greenland to prepare for the defense against the United States of America attempting a military annexation of the island, and once again forcing a major diplomatic standoff between the Republic of France, a nuclear-armed power, and the United States of America, which is also a nuclear-armed power, including the Federal Republic of Germany, which is the largest singular national economy within the entirety of the European Union. Still, the United States of America is moving on not only with the situation on Greenland, but also multiple others, as we have seen a large amount of E-6 aircraft airborne today, which serve as command posts, highly indicating that there may be a larger number of aircraft that have taken off within U.S. airspace that do not have their transponders on, which may be flying into EUCOM and then transiting on into CENTCOM. Additionally, we've also heard that the United States will be calling a UN Security Council on the situation with the Islamic Republic of Iran to further discuss the situation with the United Nations. We have a humongous amount of news over the course of the day. And we are, of course, going to be making it through each and every single one of these stories, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And of course, I've got to say, folks, that today is quite an exceptional day. Really, every day of this year has been quite exceptional, as we are seeing breaking news happening at almost every single minute of every single day. But before we move on into our actual breaking news coverage of all of the events that have happened over the past 24 hours, we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so our big news of the night is what's happening with Iran. That's by far the biggest news, and also the carrier strike group moving toward the country. But right now, I am getting early reports that the NOTAM that was in place inside of Iran appears to be expiring, and it looks like flights are beginning to return back to Iranian airspace. So, Enforcer, can we take a quick look at flight radar and see if that is the case? That could be a big indicator that strikes are not going to be happening imminently, at least in the next few hours.
I would say that from what we can tell, there is one one AVA Airlines flight that is flying through the Islamic Republic of Iran, but its country of origin is Iran. And we can also see additionally another Mahan Air flight, but every other flight that's currently within the airspace is a Mahan Air flight. I would say that this isn't really indicative of anything significant, as even in the NOTAM that was issued prior today, which I did check flight radar on, there were Mahan Air flights, generally airborne and operating within the country, even in the midst of the ongoing NOTAM. So I don't really know if this is showing that the airspace is going to be completely reopening, as it appears that every other international flight is still diverting through Afghanistan and Turkmenistan to go around Iran instead of any international flights transiting through their airspace. So I don't really think this is indicating anything yet at the moment, but considering that the NOTAM did expire, I'm sure we'll probably see some international flights that take off within the next several hours get vectored through Iran instead of getting vectored around Iran.
Yeah, it seems like this might be maybe the pre-approved flights that Iran was talking about that already had permission anyway. It could be those flights that are currently in the airspace, but you make a good point, though. It appears to be only Iranian-based airlines that are in the airspace right now, and all the other ones are rerouting and redirecting. So probably the case. We'll have to wait and keep an eye on this one to see where it goes.
Yeah, we will certainly have to keep an eye on this, and we'll give you all any updates on the Iranian airspace situation in the meantime. We can confirm to y'all, however, just letting y'all know up front at the beginning of the stream, Iraqi airspace is currently not closed at the moment. There are flights being vectored through the international air corridor just north of Baghdad and around Basra into the Persian Gulf. This is a heavily trafficked air route most of the time. It's actually one of the most busy ones that we see within this region, and right now, while it's fairly sparse, we are seeing that flights that took off several hours ago are finally starting to make it into the area, and instead of flying around the region and generally around the area of the Suez Canal, which you can see a decent air corridor forming around that area right now, it appears that some of them are now flying to and fro inside of the Iraqi airspace. But with that in mind, folks, we are going to be getting on into our major news coverage over the course of the day, and that is going to be moving us directly on into the news that is coming out of CENTCOM's area of responsibility. CENTCOM is the entire global area of responsibility that is responsible for the Middle East. That was a very bad way of saying that, so let me explain that a little bit better. The United States breaks up its command structure globally into several different regions, and CENTCOM is responsible for the region of the Middle East and Central Asia, meaning that this one is charged with the responsibility of dealing with any U.S. threats within that area, which would include, at least historically, the Taliban, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Islamic Republic of Iran, al-Nusra, ISIS, and a couple of other groups that have existed throughout time, including Al-Qaeda and others, that CENTCOM has been charged with the responsibility of dealing with. Not only that, the government of Saddam Hussein and so on and so forth. But currently, their major priority is going up against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And while in prior days we have not seen a significant amount of force movements and deployments within this area by the United States Air Forces or the United States Armed Forces as a whole, except for stratotankers and other forms of supply and logistics aircraft, we have been able to confirm that as of today, there has been the authority given for the USS Abraham Lincoln to make all available sail and steam to make its way into the area of CENTCOM's area of responsibility, and it's expected to take at least a week to arrive. I did do the math earlier today, and it appears that its voyage in its fastest route would be about 3,600 miles, and traveling near to the speed or cruising speed of an aircraft carrier, that aircraft carrier may be able to make it into the area of the Arabian Sea within the next 4.5 days, most likely, meaning that this aircraft carrier will be arriving into CENTCOM's area of responsibility sometime around Saturday, most likely, or maybe even Sunday in the midst of the weekend, meaning that it will be available for any potential combat operations starting on Saturday. We have been able to also get a larger picture of the current force deployments of U.S. carrier strike groups groups and other U.S. amphibious ready groups that are currently deployed or currently underway or under refit or at port around the entirety of the world. And as you can all see, thanks to Ian Ellis's incredible infographics that he makes and publishes on Twitter, we were able to get a pretty good understanding of who's where and who's doing what. At the moment, we do understand that the USS Abraham Lincoln, the USS Gerald R. Ford, and the USS George Washington are the only carrier strike groups that are actually deployed out of the United States of America at the moment. Right, we also understand that they will be joined by the George H.W. Bush and the Theodore Roosevelt carrier strike groups, which are currently underway heading out of the United States of America, but currently do not fall under any other area of responsibility except for NORTHCOM, which they're currently transiting out of at the moment. We also understand that the USS Carl Vinson and the USS Nimitz have finally returned back to port inside of Bremerton and San Diego. The USS Nimitz is actually being decommissioned. Its last deployment was into the area of the South China Sea and also CENTCOM, and at this moment, the USS Nimitz is about to be stricken from the roster and no longer be an existing carrier strike group. The USS Carl Vinson, however, after a little while to have a turnaround, will be available for further combat operations, but is currently still stuck within the United States of America at the Bremerton Naval Yard in Washington State. We also understand that other aircraft carriers are undergoing maintenance at the moment. Specifically, the USS Harry S. Truman, the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, the USS Ronald Reagan, and the USS John C. Stennis are all currently within the United States, either at the Norfolk Naval Shipyard or at the Bremerton Naval Yard at the moment, undergoing maintenance and repairs, and also once again turnaround. The Harry S. Truman and the Dwight D. Eisenhower actually returned several months ago, actually about a month ago at this point, from CENTCOM's area of responsibility after a significant tour within the area. And that means that these aircraft carriers may be out of operation for a little while as they undergo maintenance and repairs to a lot of their critical and non-critical systems to prepare them for their next deployment globally. This means that at the moment, the only carrier strike group that was close enough to CENTCOM to be able to be relocated into the area was the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is currently somewhere around the South China Sea, and we believe that if it was anywhere in particular, it's probably around the area of the Spratly Islands. That means that right now its voyage to the Middle East will be about 3,800 to 3,600 miles, depending on its specific location, and if it is traveling near to its top speed being about, I believe it's something like 33 knots, so if it's traveling around 31 knots and not pushing the engines too hard, it will be able to make it into the area within about 4.5 days, which places us arrival exactly in the middle of the weekend. We also do understand that there is a significant amount of preparatory operations that are being conducted by U.S. forces in the region at the moment that also are showing us that preparations for strikes on Iran are being conducted. Most importantly, the movements and developments that are coming out of Qatar. The U.S. Armed Forces consider Qatar to be an incredibly important location to deploy U.S. forces for power projection purposes within the Middle East, and particularly at the Al Udeid Air Base, which is a fairly large and significant air base within the region that the United States Armed Forces and the Qataris jointly use. We did see a humongous amount of flights of oil tankers, or strategic tankers if you want to call them that, taking off and flying out of the area today, largely consisting of KC-135s, which appear to be migrating south not for the winter, but to avoid any possible attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran onto the area of the Al Udeid Air Base or Qatar in general. We have additionally been able to hear from the area inside of Qatar that evacuations of personnel in general are being conducted not only from Al Udeid but throughout the entirety of Qatar, as they are trying to move them out of an area that may be subject to significant rocket fire or counterattacks by the Iranians and move them into an area that will be far safer and also give the ground air defenses a larger amount of response time if the Iranians do conduct an attack. We've also been able to...
That was honestly a smart move, because the last time that air base there in Qatar was a wide open target for the Iranians if they wanted to strike it. So that was a smart move. They did learn from the last time that Iran retaliated. So I think that was smart right there. I think people thought earlier today when they saw those tankers taking off, that originally people thought that maybe it was going airborne to support maybe fighter jets and support those and refuel them. But it does appear to be an evacuation op more than a refueling op.
And it does appear that it certainly is some sort of an evacuation operation. And from insider sources that I was able to talk to on the ground, this was done before the attacks on Iran were conducted in Operation Midnight Hammer, and also during the 12-Day War. A decent amount of U.S. forces that were actually based at Al Udeid either relocated to air bases that they were being hosted at inside of Saudi Arabia, or relocated to the Kingdom of Jordan instead. Those were generally the two locations that any air units went to that were being evacuated out of Al Udeid. We also are able to understand that not only is that happening, but we've also seen within Bahrain that there are also evacuations of personnel being conducted within this area. A Bahrain Royal flight and also an additional flight of another Bahrainian aircraft were seen in the area today, which is believed to be evacuating U.S. operated facilities within the region. And we can also indicate and hear that there is a significant amount of VIP transport flights which appear to be picking up personnel from Bahrain and Qatar and then flying them out of the area. We've actually seen some of these while we've been looking at flight radar in prior nights, including some of the private jets, which are used as charters and ferries for top staff, say the general staff of some of the armed forces deployed within these areas, and they are evacuating them to other regions, including places like Jordan and Saudi Arabia. So it does appear that at the moment there is a massive amount of evacuations being conducted by U.S. forces at Bahrain and Qatar, which usually indicate that strikes against Iran will be coming soon, because we generally don't want U.S. forces directly along a line of contact with an enemy force, because it gives us a very little amount of response time once they start to conduct strikes. If the Islamic Republic of Iran fires missile barrages at our forces inside of Bahrain and Qatar, they are given a very limited amount of time to respond, usually just about a couple of minutes before those missiles are overhead and soon to be hitting their targets inside of those countries. For that reason, we generally move our forces further away from Iran, so that way if the Iranians want to target U.S. forces, they actually have to fire their missiles over a longer range, meaning that they have a longer amount of flight time, and that gives our ground air defense forces and the Air Force, and as well as the Navy, a far longer amount of time to be able to respond and shoot down these missiles. And if, for say, there's a dud or a miss, we are able to follow that up with a second shot to try and shoot down those incoming missiles and drones. It's an incredibly important part of preparatory actions when we're about to conduct any form of operations against Iran, as historically seen last year in the 12-Day War. We do understand that at the moment, a lot of people are actually talking not about the evacuations from Bahrain and Qatar, but actually about the news of the USS Abraham Lincoln making its way at as fast as it possibly can, mostly along with its carrier strike group, into the area of the Arabian Sea to prepare for strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran. And this is actually bringing in the question, is the U.S. going to be waiting to conduct strikes on Iran depending on when the carrier arrives, or are they going to conduct strikes first and then hope that the carrier and its strike group arrives on scene to be able to respond to any Iranian counterattacks in time? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so we actually had a debate about this exact question right here just a few days ago, because there is no carrier strike group currently in the Middle East right now, which is a huge absence in the event that Iran decides to strike Israel and also U.S. bases in the region, because that means we are devoid of some aircraft that the carrier naturally has on board of it in the event that we need to defend ourselves. So now we have learned that the U.S., as of today, according to sources, has redirected an aircraft carrier from Asia to the Middle East. So it's currently on the way there. It'll be there in just about a week or so. So not exactly the best timing, I would say. And I'm beginning to wonder if the U.S. officials just realized that there was not a carrier in the region, and they really probably needed that there for defensive reasons. So it looks like, well, once again, the question is, will the U.S. attack Iran before the arrival of the carrier? And it looks like 40% said yes, the U.S. will wait for the carrier, while 33% said no, the strikes will start before the carrier arrives, and 19% said it's a 50-50 chance on this entire question. And I'm beginning to think that the U.S. wants to wait until the carrier gets closer to the Middle East, so that way, if something goes wrong and Iran gets in a multi-day conflict with Israel and the U.S., that way the carrier is right there, just about a day or two out, so that way it can support those operations to shoot down Iranian missiles. I don't think they're going to wait for the carrier an entire week, because the situation in Iran is moving very fast, and unless the U.S. acts now, the protests could lose momentum, as it looks like the government's regaining control to a certain degree, and the U.S. really needs to act quick. So I think they'll wait until it gets closer, but not until it's in place. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'd actually be with the 40%. I would believe that the U.S. is probably going to be waiting for this carrier to actually arrive within theater to be able to conduct operations against Iran. If they wait for that aircraft carrier to arrive in theater, they will be putting themselves in an incredibly good position once a conflict begins. That aircraft carrier strike group alone has as many fixed-wing aircraft as the entire Iranian Air Force has in terms of multi-role aircraft, meaning that it would be a one-to-one aerial engagement at that point once those forces arrive. We don't really know of any other combat air wings that are present within the area, and we also haven't really heard of a lot of ground air defense forces being present within the area either, at least from the U.S. So for that reason, we do know that the aircraft aircraft carrier will be providing a significant amount of defensive fire and offensive fire capabilities that currently are generally not present in either form within the Middle East at the moment. So for that reason, it would be really hard for the U.S. to conduct any offensive actions and then see that there is literally no defensive abilities within the area if the Iranians were to counterattack. Because once again, folks, I do want to make it quite clear that from what we've seen all the way up until this point, the U.S. has not moved any forces beyond support and logistics forces into the area. So right now we do know that there's at least maybe a dozen or 24 aerial tankers within the area, and we've also seen flights of C-17s and C-5s coming in and out of the area a little more infrequently, but that isn't really showing us any large number of forces that would be present to the point where we could go, this is a significant presence of defensive and offensive capabilities to where a strike on Iran would not only be viable, but we would also be able to defend our own forces from some form of a significant counterattack. And we're just not seeing that at the moment. So this carrier is really the only thing that's going to be providing the defensive fire capabilities to protect our forces in the Middle East, and is also going to be providing a lot of the offensive fire capabilities against Iran if a significant and long-duration air campaign was chosen as the course of operation that we would attempt to take. But also there's a lot of questionability up in the air about that we'll be getting into here in a little bit about what type of air operation we even will be conducting against Iran, but we'll save that for a little bit later on in the show.
It is a bit interesting, though. Like, I get the fact that we needed the carriers to station in other places while Iran was dormant, but considering how active that Iran stays all the time, Iran's it's always an active threat just because of how unstable that regime is. It's interesting that we moved the carrier strike groups completely out of the region and redirected some, I believe, down toward Venezuela, redirected some to Asia, and we left the Middle East kind of wide open. I'm glad the U.S. is making this maneuver because we really need a carrier strike group in the area, because it leaves us open to possible bad results if Iran starts overwhelming Israel like they've done before in the past 12-day war. It leaves us sort of high and dry to a certain extent. So it's a good maneuver they're doing this. It just comes really, really late, and it makes you wonder if they forgot or somehow, didn't calculate that they would need that in the region for strikes that may be imminent.
I would have to say that it is quite an oversight that there isn't a carrier within this area. Usually there is almost always, folks, a aircraft carrier that is conducting some sort of a tour within the area of CENTCOM's area of responsibility. This sort of a window in time to where a major action happens in the Middle East, and there isn't even a carrier within response distance that's less than, say, 3 days away, is pretty unheard of for the most part. Generally, we've seen that other times, historically, folks, on this channel and news coverage, there is almost always an aircraft carrier either in the Mediterranean around UCOM and CENTCOM's area of responsibility, or there is one hanging out somewhere in the Arabian Sea, generally within CENTCOM's area of responsibility. Currently, we don't see an aircraft carrier in either of those areas, and the nearest ones in the United States would most likely be about a week and a half away from making it to the Middle East, if they were even available to be sent to that area, and the Abraham Lincoln, at the closest, is about 4.5 days away if it travels at all available speed to the region. And even still, it's 4.5 days away from being at its maximum range for its aircraft that it can operate off the carrier, meaning that it still would be about 600 miles away from Iran, and generally not within range to be able to conduct a high tempo of air operations or a high tempo of support operations to conduct air defense for U.S. forces within the region. So it's not incredibly ideal at the moment, and also considering that the Iranian government is currently shooting people in the streets by the thousands and also arresting them in the thousands, this revolution has a very limited shelf time before it expires, because the people involved in it are going to be dying in the streets before we even get there to conduct a full-scale response. So at the moment, it's kind of a little bit of a rush time, because we either get our forces there very quickly, which is going to be very hard to do at this moment, or this revolution is going to die off before we can even do anything in their support, meaning that tens of thousands of Iranians on the ground will have died in vain for the U.S. to get there by the time their entire revolution is completely crushed by the Iranian government. So I
think it does answer the debate, though. The debate we were having yesterday, and also we were debating this with not just between ourselves, but also with other people that are supposedly naval experts. Apparently, the U.S. administration has answered the question. A carrier strike group is apparently needed if strikes are going to be conducted, because that's why they're moving it to the region now, I presume, for strikes that are coming up. So I guess that settles the debate. It is required, or at least preferred, that it's in the region.
I would have to agree. Also, I saw someone just say that all of our carriers are staying close in case of Venezuela attacks. Venezuela is not a big enough threat for 9 aircraft carrier strike groups to be hanging out in the United States. And on top of that, almost all of those aircraft carrier groups are currently underway to either, for in the example of the Theodore Roosevelt, it's currently heading back in Indo-PACOM, and the George Washington, or the George H.W. Bush, correction, is actually heading most likely towards EUCOM or AFRICOM. So that is not necessarily true. It's only the Gerald R. Ford, and as far as the Gerald R. Ford is concerned, it's actually one of the leanest carrier strike groups out there. It only has 3 escorting Arleigh Burkes and the carrier itself, which generally in other carrier strike groups, that's actually considered to be a fairly lean complement. Usually you'll see in other carrier strike groups, like the Abraham Lincolns, there's probably 4 Arleigh Burkes and a Ticonderoga involved in its strike group, and we don't really see that with the Nimitz. Oh, I'm sorry, the Gerald R. Ford. It's a fairly limited group, at least very lean, I suppose, for maneuverability's purposes, but beyond that, I don't really know why. But anyways, moving on from that, we are going to be getting on into the rest of the news that we've heard of the preparatory actions that are being conducted inside of the Middle East. As we did also get to see that there are reports coming out that the U.S. Embassy in Doha has instructed its personnel and citizens in Qatar to exercise increased caution and limit non-essential trips to Al Udeid Air Base, citing ongoing regional tensions. Meaning that due to this statement, they're considering Al Udeid to be a possible target that the Iranians will attack, and they do not want their diplomatic staff and consular staff possibly being caught in the middle of missile fire that will be impacting into that airbase. We've also been able to hear that a similar statement has been made inside of Kuwait, as the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait has instructed mission personnel to comply with a temporary halt to movement into facilities at Camp Arifjan, Camp Bukhring, and also the Ali Al Salem Air Base and Camp Patriot, which are all bases that currently are housing some number of U.S. forces at them within the Kingdom of Kuwait. Further on than that, we've even heard that this notice has been extended to consular and embassy staff of the United States within Israel, as the Department of State also issued a warning today through the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, issuing a security alert stating that given the ongoing regional tensions, U.S. citizens should review any travel plans in case of disruptions and make appropriate decisions for themselves and their families. That included Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. I don't really know of any U.S. citizens who are currently inside of Gaza at the moment, but if you are there, make sure to keep your eye wide open and sleep with one eye, one eye open. I don't really know who the hell would even sleep in Gaza. You wouldn't find me dead there.
Jeez. Man, you don't want to sleep there. I think you just want to stay awake.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything as sleep or what's called sleep in the Gaza Strip, especially right now. The Israelis are bombing that place, so it's generally unsafe anyways. But as y'all can all see, there is a significant amount of statements being issued by the Department of State that are only given when the situation is getting incredibly tense or it's going into a full-blown war. So it does appear that at the moment, the Islamic Republic of Iran is going to be targeted imminently by the United States Armed Forces at a minimum, and for that reason, we are already conducting preparatory actions in the area to get our consular and embassy staff into safe locations or to make sure that they will remain safe in the midst of the attacks, and we're also moving our armed forces farther away from Iran so that it will be more difficult for them to attack. In short, quite clear that at this moment there is a brewing war happening within the region, or generally growing within the region. We've also been able to hear that it appears the Israelis are generally getting involved to some extent as well in the preparation for operations. Inside of Israel, we were able to hear, inside of Jerusalem today, that there has been some sort of a threat, according to the Jerusalem Post, which is stating that if Iran attacks Israel, they will move to bring down the Iranian regime. And that was a statement from, apparently, the Israeli government itself. Meanwhile, we can already see them pre-deploying and also repositioning air defense systems, including this Iron Dome launcher, which we can see here, which is being relocated throughout the country to another pre-prepared firing position. Not only that, the Kingdom of Jordan has also put its air defense forces on high alert. This will include the Royal Jordanian Air Force and also the Royal Jordanian Armed Ground Air Defense Forces. So this means that the Jordanian Kingdom is also preparing at this moment to be able to shoot down any incoming Iranian drones or missiles, and considering that the Jordanians are a significant part of the American security assurance sphere within this area, that means that they are generally generally charged with the responsibility of being the first line of Israel's defense in the midst of an incoming missile or drone attack from the Iranians. So, as you can all see, the entire region is getting prepared and geared for the defensive scenario that will come after the U.S. conducts, or Israel conducts, some form of a strike on Iran. They may also be getting prepared for a preemptive attack from the Iranians, although that might be a little bit out there. I don't really think the Iranians would be willing to conduct a preemptive attack at the moment. Their situation's quite unstable internally, and doing that might open themselves up to seeing that their situation completely collapses. We also saw some aircraft visible, according to Iraqi photographers and filmers on the ground, near to the area of Basra, and we can actually hear these aircraft flying over the city of Basra within southern Iraq. We believe that these are Israeli aircraft at the moment.
Very majestic sounding out there. I wonder if that's what triggered the NOTAM, because we never got confirmation about whose fighter jets these were flying around the Iraqi border like that. But with it being so close to Iran, maybe that's why the NOTAMs were issued, and maybe that's why Iran freaked out tonight, is because they saw the jets on the horizon.
Maybe so. That may be possible. And also, we are still trying to confirm, folks, if this was an Israeli aircraft. It highly likely was. The Israelis do conduct a significant amount of air operations over Iraq unannounced. So we are believing that it is the Israelis at the moment. But we also were able to hear that Iranian aircraft were airborne on the other side of the border, within the area of the Saladin and Wazi governance that are bordering the Iraqi-Iranian border. So here's the clip here. You can kind of hear it, but not really. It's almost dead silent. We also got this clip. That gives us a little bit of a sound of what appeared to be some form of a dryer at a laundromat, and also the sound of a jet flying overhead. We believe that these were Iranian MiG-29s that were flying along their side of the border, and at that time of the day, it did appear that the airspace of Iran and Iraq had generally been cleared out, and there were basically no flights being conducted, except for the Mahan Air flights, which you could still see on Flight Radar 24 well earlier on in the day, about 6 hours ago. There was also a very limited number of flights passing through Iraqi airspace, but those had generally been caught in the middle of the airspace, and for that reason, they were just having to wander on through because they were there anyways. So it does appear that there was some sort of a tense aerial situation that happened earlier in the day, but it doesn't appear that it went into any form of a direct firefight or an armed clash at all. So with that in mind, a lot of people are actually talking about the intel signals that are showing that there will be an imminent attack by the allied coalition forces in the Middle East against the Iranians. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And when are people thinking an attack might occur?
Okay, so right now we are seeing that all the signals that indicate that strikes are imminent are pretty much green at this point, and the only question is the timing. So that is the question on the poll. When do you think attacks will likely occur on Iran by U.S. forces, likely alongside Israeli forces? It looks like 30% said over the next 48 hours, while 28% said in the next 24 hours, and at 28% also said over the holiday weekend. So the poll is about as confused as everybody is on this entire timing situation with the strikes. There's been a lot of deliberate misinformation put out today by not only the U.S. government, but also other officials around the world about when this is going to take place, and I believe that is intentional to confuse the Iranians, because we've heard that allegedly, according to the top U.S. officials, that Iran stopped persecuting the people in the country that were protesting. But of course, that is not true, and some people believe that's a feint to make Iran sort of ease their guard a little bit, so that way the attacks can go a lot smoother. So I would say personally, I think it might occur over the holiday weekend, perhaps even maybe on Friday evening, because I believe Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which makes it a holiday on Monday. So we're going to have a 3-day weekend where the markets are closed for 3 entire days, as far as I'm aware, which obviously the stock market is pretty much dictating everything these days. The market pretty much dictates military operations, it dictates government maneuvers, and the whole kit and caboodle. So I would imagine it's probably going to be when the market closes over the holiday weekend. That's my guess, but don't hold me to it, though, because, it's hard to predict timing with the current officials. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be highly in the camp that it's probably going to be happening over the holiday weekend. I'd be with the 28%. Everyone has to remember, folks, that if the stock market ever drops even by a couple of hundred points, someone's head spinning here within the United States in some way somehow. So they're always going to take an action whenever the stock market can't react to it. And the stock market is a very fickle animal because if anything happens, if someone farts and the blades of grass move out in the plains in Nebraska, the stock market's going to tank. So with that in mind, it's going to have to happen over a weekend when the stock market's closed. And because of that, we know that the US will conduct a strike, say on Saturday night or maybe even a Friday night or a Sunday night. Sunday night's kind of getting a little bit bold because that's right before the markets reopen for the next week. But they probably will be conducting a strike sometime in the middle of the night, the local time in Iran, on a weekend. That's usually what they do in every single operation. Because remember, folks, remember this. When did we conduct Operation Midnight Hammer? On a weekend night in Iran. When did we take Maduro out of Venezuela? On a Saturday night in the middle of the weekend in the very beginning of this year. So every single U.S. military operation that has been conducted so far under the current administration always happens on a weekend when the stock market's closed and nobody can react to it. So I would put money on it, folks, that is either going to be this weekend or it's going to be a weekend in the future. But there will never be, in a high likelihood, it'll be very rare or an exception, a weekday attack. It's just fairly unlikely because if that happens, that means that everybody gets to wake up, and when the stock market wakes up and opens for the day, everyone's going to start dumping their stocks down the drain, and the market's going to start plummeting, and then that'll look bad on the president, and that'll look bad on everyone else, and they don't want that. So they'll
but not if they have enough time, though. I think the reason, the rationale and the logic behind usually doing this after the market's closed, like on a Friday evening or like on a Saturday night or something like that, is it gives the investors, including everyday normal people, it gives them a chance to let their emotions settle a little bit before they make a panic decision to sell their investments, which usually causes the stock market to tank. It gives them some time between the weekend and the market open on Tuesday, because Monday's going to be a federal holiday, so it won't be open on Monday. It gives them a chance to basically settle down a bit so they don't freak out and start selling everything and cause a disaster in the stock market. So that's the rationale behind it. It's honestly a decent rationale, but also it makes it kind of predictable to a certain degree when the strikes are going to occur, because the almighty dollar pretty much dictates everything. So it's not necessarily about strategy. It's about making sure the dollar isn't hurt.
Yeah, and also someone said, well, doesn't that make us kind of predictable? You're right, my dear Watson. It does make us very predictable because the U.S. will not take any action under the prior administration or the current administration that will ever damage the stock market. And when I mean damage, I literally mean like a temporary damage. It would rebound within the next few days after that action begins, guaranteed. But the problem is that it would drop for a minute, and then that would make them look bad, and then they get the ire of the press on them for about that day or a couple of days afterwards, and then, no one wants to handle that. No one wants to sit there and have the U.S. public being told, this guy just went to war, to go get a whole bunch of Americans killed overseas, and he also tanked the stock market, although most people are hardly even affected by the value of the stocks in the stock market because, it's not like we're all some sort of philanthropists or anything like that. So, generally, they're not going to conduct a strike until it's the weekend. That would be my honest assessment, but that does not mean, folks, that it's going to be this weekend. It could be a couple of weekends here in the future, maybe the weekend after this one or the weekend after that. We're not really sure, but we'll just have to wait and see when exactly it is. But I will have to say this, though. Matthew is very observant with mentioning MLK Day, which is going to be on the 21st of January, because that actually does give a little bit of extra response time, and considering that the USS Abraham Lincoln is going to arrive sometime on Saturday within the area, that means they have about a full 24-hour period to get carrier deck operations going and to conduct those strikes once they arrive, and they could still conduct those strikes on Sunday night without the markets reopening on Monday, the day after. So that could be a possibility. And also, I do want to remind everyone that as far as time zones work, that strike isn't going to be happening at nighttime here in the United States. It's actually going to be conducted, at least for most of us, in the afternoon, sometime most likely around 2 or 3 o'clock, because that's generally where it's about 1 or 2 in the morning inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. So all the stars might align this weekend for this to happen, and if it does, y'all are definitely going to be getting an emergency breaking news stream from us, probably sometime in the afternoon for most of y'all if you're in the United States, as those strikes begin to be conducted. So we'll have to wait and see on that, but that's currently what I'm thinking at the moment. But getting us on into the Islamic Republic of Iran, We've also been able to see other developments that have been going on here that are still quite interesting. For one, we did get to hear of that national airspace closure being conducted earlier today. It has since lapsed, and we do understand that their national airspace is technically reopened, and it appears that right now it is. Oh, actually, we finally have our first international flight that appears to be entering Iranian airspace, which is an Air Arabia flight, which is registered out of the UAE. And we also have other flights that are registered from other countries, including Kuwait, and a few others that are now flying through the country. So it does appear that the NOTAM has been lifted and international flights are being vectored through Iran now by their own flight maps. So that is currently an ongoing situation. But earlier in the day, the airspace was closed for a significant period of time. Additionally, we have also been able to hear within the Islamic Republic of Iran that they have now declared that they are under national martial law. They're not under municipal martial laws that happen within the major cities like it was about 2 weeks ago. They're now under a national set of martial law, or a national case of martial law, according to Iran International. That means that the entire country is now under the veil or the blanket of martial law, and that the Iranian military will be able to take any actions to restore order and stability within the country, including more executions. We also have been able to hear that within Isfahan, although we've gotten basically no video and picture evidence from the ground today, and hardly even any reports, that Iranian security forces have reportedly raided the Milad hospital in Isfahan and have kidnapped several people. I want to say that since this is the only piece of news that we have today, it is quite odd, folks, to see that there is basically nothing in terms of riot or revolution news that has come out of Iran over the course of the day. The general reason why that's the case is because there has been almost complete jamming and a stoppage of any uploading of data out of the country, even by Starlink. So there is a lot of revolutions and protests still going on in the streets. It's just that we cannot see them at all anymore, meaning that the atrocities that could be conducted today inside of Iran could be far greater in scale than yesterday and the day before, but we have absolutely no ability here on this channel, and most people don't in the world, to actually be able to know or even understand what's happening on the ground inside of Iran today, rather than we generally know that the revolution is still ongoing. That's about all we know. But beyond that, there's absolutely no detail or information that's going on right now. We also have been able to hear, and I want to say that this is something interesting, folks. I haven't covered this either yesterday or today, but we will make sure to make a brief mention of this. The Russians have been getting heavily involved in trying to diplomatically protest any possible U.S. actions against Iran. The Russians yesterday stated that the U.S. should not interfere in Iranian governmental processes. That means that the Russians are saying we shouldn't interfere in Iran killing tens of thousands of their own people in the streets. So, the Russians sound like great people, folks. The Russians sound like real trad, hardcore, red pill kind of a country, Go around and just kill tens of thousands of people, but God forbid you ever get involved in stopping someone, That would be terrible. And then even today, they stated that it would be a grave mistake, one of the gravest mistakes that the United States could make, to try and get involved in the situation on the ground. Once again, it's not kind of insinuating some form of a threat. And a lot of people are wondering, what in the world is Russia going to do about that? They going to do something, or are they going to do nothing? And Matthew, they going to do something? And what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that?
So it's always Russia, Russia, Russia. That's what they're always saying. They're always saying Russia, Russia, Russia. That's because Russia loves to step in with a threat. Russia can't resist adding a threat into an already volatile situation. They can't resist it. Today, they said that a U.S. attack on Iran would be the gravest mistake, and they warn of new escalation. It's a very vague threat and a very stereotypical threat that comes from the Russian officials. So what are your thoughts about that? 45% said Russia will not confront the USA on these strikes, while 42% said Russia will at least protest the strikes, and only 10% said that Russia will confront the USA on Iran. So my question is, what the hell is Russia going to do? I mean, nothing. They can't do anything. I'm sure they're very upset about Iran falling because they rely on them for a lot of weapon shipments, but there's nothing that Russia can do except run their mouth, and that's exactly what they're doing again, is running their mouth. So I'm sure that they're probably shivering in their boots that one of their only allies that's left in the world, which is Iran, is about to fall, most likely. If the U.S. does follow through with these strikes, then Iran is likely headed for a regime change. At least we think. Hopefully it is. But we'll have to find out later on down the road. But I don't think Russia will do a thing. They'll probably protest it, but they won't do anything. They really can't. But Enforcer, what say you?
Matthew, we actually got a picture earlier this morning of Sergei Lavrov when he came out to make that statement. And I've actually been able to show y'all this one in exclusive, rare behind-the-scenes access of Sergei Lavrov getting ready to go to the podium and make the official statements of Russia's foreign policy today. Here it is. That was him earlier in the morning today.
Oh wow, that's a good picture, a good angle.
I mean, I have to say this is probably one of the most flattering angles that we've seen of him so far at this moment. But I'd also have to tell y'all that the Russian Federation can't do anything because what did they do when we seized their tankers? They did nothing. And they were right there. I mean, they literally had their own destroyers within several dozen nautical miles of the tanker, the Bella 1, when we seized it up near the Faroe Islands, and they did nothing. The Russians also did nothing when we seized the MT Sofia, and the Russians have done absolutely nothing to us for our endless support for the Ukrainians during the war in Ukraine from 2022 all the way up until the present day. They've also done absolutely nothing for us providing them intelligence through the CIA for them to be able to hit and destroy the Russian oil tankers. So they've done absolutely nothing to us. And they won't ever do anything. You know why? Because Russia's a bitch. They're not going to do anything because they're scared to death of what we're going to do to them. And while they can always yap and talk and pride themselves on their erectile dysfunction like nuclear weaponry that never seems to be able to get up, we actually have operational nuclear weaponry, and we also have completely operational conventional capabilities as well. And that does scare the Russians. So they're not going to do a damn thing, and the Russians know that if we actually go down there and do something to the Iranians, it'd be best for them to just shut up and sit down before the U.S. comes for them next if they got too involved.
Yeah, and also they didn't do a single thing during Midnight Hammer. Like when we struck the Iranian nuclear facilities, Russia didn't do anything, and that's their ally, which is Iran. So they didn't do a single thing during those strikes, which seems a little bit strange. Also, by the way, I think that Russia should probably focus on turning the power back on for those 500,000 plus people that are still out of power in Belgorod. I think they have a little bit of a crisis on their hands that they should probably focus on. They'd probably be wiser to look at that.
You know, I think I think they need to focus on fighting their medieval-style war in Ukraine more so than anything else at this point, because if they can't even get over the hurdle, folks, of even getting close to looking like they might have a chance of winning against Ukraine, how in the world do they think they're going to go up against the United States, which poses a far larger obstacle and a threat to them than Ukraine does, and Ukraine's giving them a hell of a run for their money, and is still beating the daylights out of them down on the front lines in the eastern part of their country. So I don't really think they're going to be having that easy of a time doing much of anything with the Iranians. Also, speaking of which, the little bit of direct connection that the Russians and the Iranians have, that's also not really turning out too well today either. We did hear that an Iranian cargo ship apparently was sinking somewhere within the area of the Caspian Sea, and I actually want to give you all a little bit of info on this because this one's funny. This one's funny, Matthew. This is information for the media from the press service of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan. On the 14th of January, let me read this on the correct way. On the 14th day of January, the Russians gave to me, but beyond that, the coastal services of Turkmenistan and the Caspian Sea received an SOS signal from the Iranian dry cargo ship Rona in distress. That's interesting, Rona. Huh. That's interesting. But anyways, state bodies of Turkmenistan, whose activities are related to the liquidation and prevention of emergency situations, in accordance with international standards governing the rules of navigation, took all necessary measures to rescue people. As a result of the timely measures, all 14 people on board the vessel were rescued, although I would say that being brought into Turkmen custody isn't really that much better. According to the preliminary information, these were Iranian and Indian citizens. Currently, the Turkmen side is carrying out the relevant procedures provided for by international rules. Now, what was interesting is that we only got the statement earlier in the day, but we actually finally got a picture of the Rona sinking, and it looked bad. I mean, this looked terrible.
Oh, geez, man, that's foul there. That thing is literally, it's sinking in the back. And what was the cause of it, by the way? Why was it allegedly sinking?
No clue, actually. It just, I guess it was just bad maintenance. I mean, look at the shape of the hull. I mean, there's literal rust pits all over the side of the waterline, and it looks like the superstructure has been around since the time of Moses. So I think that this thing was just rotting away, and it finally got a big enough puncture in the hull that the pumps couldn't pump the water out fast enough, and it just started to sink from the stern and went under.
Yeah, if I'm seeing this thing right here, it looks like, I mean, the white paint is almost brown at this point. There's so much rust in the back of it. This is a foul ship here. So that's tough. Also, is that smoke or a fire or something coming out in the middle of it? What is that?
So it's some sort of a fire. I don't know what the hell that thing is in the middle of the deck. It's like between the cargo holds, but I don't know what that is, but that's where the smoke's venting out of the ship.
Yeah, that thing's in foul shape too. I mean, that's That's tough there. I mean, it's not so much like we didn't really expect Iran really had like good ships, to be honest. But I mean, this is worse than I was expecting.
You know, Matthew, I actually heard that the Rona had this really special sort of a meal that they provided on ship. It was a bad soup, really special sort of a thing. Like,
Yeah,
but
from the wet market of all places.
yeah, apparently from like Wuhan or something like that. You know, really exotic stuff for a ship like this in the Caspian. But apparently, this was a picture that the Turkmen maritime authorities took in the midst of the ship sinking, and I think I can all tell that this thing went under. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The nameplate at the back of the vessel is almost below water. This thing is taking on enough water; it will not be recoverable. This thing will sink eventually. So that's the situation that we had at the moment today within the Caspian Sea. And that wasn't a good one at all. Not at all. Sad for the Iranians and the Russians, because apparently this was a weapons shipment vessel between the two countries that was sinking in the midst of the sea. So, interesting. So, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on from our Middle Eastern news and move on into the rest of the news that we have gotten throughout the course of the day. But before we move on into the rest of our news for the night, which we have some fairly significant developments that have come out of Eastern Europe and the war in Ukraine today, and we also have some fairly significant developments that have come out of the United States of America today. Of course, you know, they're as usual, you all know it's going to be on. It's going to be Greenland. But before we move on into all of that news, I do want to take a couple of questions from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first three super chats and getting right back to our news, our first one goes to My Trucking Travels, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, My Trucking Travels, for that generous support, and we're glad to have you. He said, just a graveyard truck driver, that list is to you nightly, or listens to you nightly. And thank you for the 8 political analysis of the geopolitical events across the globe. And take a question from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support, My Trucking Travels, and thank you for enjoying the show. We try our best to be able to cover the news as best as we can, give it the best analysis we can, and we always try and make sure to make it as neutral as possible. If something is dumb, we just call it for what it is. We don't really care who said it, or who's doing it, or who's going to get offended by it. We just stick to our guns and state things as fact. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel keep on running, and it's always a great thing to know that we're able to keep the truckers of this nation on trucking. We actually took a moving van back when we moved to Salt Lake from Birmingham to Salt Lake City on the 2,000-mile-long venture across the country. And while I have been told by truckers that a Penske truck, a Penske moving van, is the most uncomfortable truck to drive in the entirety of the country, which made the journey for me hell on earth because I drove the thing the whole way, it gave me a great deal of respect for the truckers of the nation who do those drives basically every day of every single week, of every single month, of every single year, and make up a huge part of our supply chain and logistics connections that we have in this country. And I got to thank you massively for being one of those folks who is one of the proud and the many truckers who keep this nation's economy and logistics operational. So humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and enjoying this channel, and thank you for helping us to be able to keep this thing running and keep the lights on so that way we can keep covering news just like this tonight. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, the live chat question goes to Black Hole, who said, do the Houthis pose a threat to the carrier strike group when it arrives in the Middle East?
I would say no. The Houthis generally don't pose that much of a threat to anything because the Houthis did attempt to fire at carrier strike groups in the past when air operations were being conducted against them, and generally they never posed a threat to anybody. As a matter of fact, they didn't even pose a threat to destroyers that were literally in the middle of the gauntlet, just a couple of dozen nautical miles away from Al-Hodeida, and those destroyers were still able to engage and shoot down any anti-ship missile and any drone that was sent their way. So generally the Houthis will never pose a strategic threat or a tactical threat to the carrier strike group, especially considering that this carrier strike group is probably going to be camping out somewhere near the northern side of the Arabian Sea, several hundred miles off the coast of Iran, but also a significant ways away from Houthi-controlled territory in western Yemen. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And I hope that answers your question incredibly well. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the final question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
And this one goes to K-Dub Janky, who put in a $50 support as well. And thank you very much, K-Dub, for being a longtime channel legend and also supporting the channel once again. And we do appreciate it very much because, as we always say, it's that viewer support that keeps us on the air and funds the whole operation. So we do appreciate that. And K-Dub said, great coverage and currently raising teenagers, so very busy and catching every broadcast the next day.
Oh, dang. I bet you got to be really busy, K-Dub Janky. But I got to say, it's great to have you here tonight, and I hope that you've been enjoying the show. It wasn't the rare times that you've been able to catch it recently. But I do have to say, we are massively thankful and appreciative of you being here tonight. An old guard and a channel legend for sure. And I got to say that it's a wonderful thing to know that you're still watching our shows. Although it's late, it's better late than never, is what we always say. And thank you so much for enjoying our coverage tonight and supporting it so that way we can continue to make this possible. Also, just to let everyone know this, before we move on, the reason why we give shout outs to every single person who super chats and reads off their super chats completely and gives a complete response is because this channel runs our live streams without any ads or without any sponsors. So every single night we go on air, we make absolutely no money just from the stream running. The only way that we make money to be able to make a living and a job out of this is through the super chatters themselves. They are actually pretty much the sponsors, crowd-funded sponsorship basically, that we get every single night from the amazing folks of the Lee Spring Army who help us to be able to make the show possible and to be able to cover the news for all 122,000 people who have watched so far tonight. And we always thank each and every single one of them massively, whether it be $1 or whether it be $500, which is the largest super chat YouTube allows, because every single person who supports the channel is making this thing a reality, not just for me and Matthew to continue to do this as our full-time job, but for the hundreds of thousands and millions of people who call the Enforcer channel their primary source of news every single night of the week. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed it incredibly well, K-Dub Chanky. And actually, Matthew, I just understood that I thought that the live chat that we got in honor of My Trucking Travels was actually a super chat, but we're actually up for one last live chat, a super chat actually, from this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news. So Matthew, what is that final question of this segment before we get on into Eastern Europe?
All right, so that one goes to Ilnium, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Ilnium, for the largest super chat of the night. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Ilnium said, bravest of all time. And my dear Iranian people need your help.
And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for the massive support all the way from Canada. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you so much for the support. And I would definitely agree at this point that the Iranian people do need help and military support. There is a humongous humanitarian argument to be made at this point to get involved and get militarily into the situation in Iran due to the amount of massacres that have been conducted that are basically on par with a genocide at this point. If we were to take the last numbers of the casualty reports that came out for the citizens inside of Iran, and we went with the highest number, which is about 20,000 in about 6 days or so. If we did the math, there was actually more Iranian citizens being killed by their government on a daily basis than there was, if I remember correctly from what I pulled up, the amount of people dying in the Holocaust in the Second World War, which was about 3,000 a day. I think the number of people who are dying in Iran right now is a little bit higher than 3,000 a day on average, which is absolutely atrocious when you think about it. It is actually entered in terms of the deaths per day what would be akin to a genocide, and that's an incredibly unfortunate situation to hear of and see of. And while we sat here on the channel a while ago and said, let's sit this out for a minute and observe it and see what it turns into, we have been able to sit back and observe it now and see what it's turned into, and it's turned into a hell on earth on the ground. It is something that is indescribable, especially in the modern age. Very grim sort of a situation. And I would say that a lot of people, if they don't really care for American strategic interests, could definitely argue a humanitarian interest in getting involved inside of Iran. And if you don't really care that much about the humanitarian, there's definitely a strategic interest to be argued there for military intervention as well. Either way, I don't really think anyone at this point could really disagree with getting militarily involved inside of Iran, because it's in our strategic interest, and it's also in the interest of stopping the massacres and slaughters of the people inside of Iran. So a humongous thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running, to keep covering the unfortunate and sometimes great news that we hear on the channel. Of course, the situation in Iran is not really a great piece of news. It's more so an unfortunate one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we got, which is going to be moving us on into Eastern Europe and also the situation with Greenland, which we're going to be saving for the last segment of the night, because that one is just, it's, kind of like, it makes you feel like you live in a clown world, so we're going to save that for the last segment. So moving on from that and on into our major news that we did get out of the war in Ukraine today. We did confirm that the Ukrainian armed forces, keeping up with their promise of nightly attacks against the Russian Federation, did follow through and conducted another major attack against the Russian Federation overnight. Most of their drones appear to have made it far into the country, either striking targets within the southern regions of the Russian Don, or even going as far in as Orsk, which is about 900 miles away from the Ukrainian launching zones where these drones were fired from. Moving us on first and foremost into the Stavropol Krai region, and specifically the town of Nivonomysk, we were able to confirm that a significant chemical plant within this town had been hit. This is one of the Azot chemical plants, and it appears to have taken significant damage due to the drone attacks.
It's crazy that this is still like big news, these strikes right here that Ukraine's conducting on Russia, but it's being overshadowed by just the crazy, like just wild events happening in Iran right now. But it's like in the background, Russia's still getting demolished though. It's like that's the big story.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy to think about. This is kind of being sidelined a little bit, but these strikes are absolutely massive, folks, and do cause a considerable amount of damage. We'll be coming back to the Russian Don region in a minute, folks. Don, y'all can all get what I'm getting at there. But moving on into the Orenburg Oblast, and specifically the city of Orsk, we also were able to see some strikes on Orsk. And we understand that there's a blackout going on in the city, and it also seems that a refinery may have been hit here as well. But I'm about to show y'all when the blackout started in this clip. Oh, well, there it started.
That was like a whiteout right there. The whole screen went white.
Dude, everyone's sleeping in their homes just went, did the nuke finally go off? And it's like no, that was your substation blowing up. No one has power anymore. We also were able to see a still image of that to show y'all what that generally looks like, and then we can also see the blackout ensued not long after. We also have been able to additionally see another clip of the attack on Orsk, which is actually a longer duplicate from what we understand. So I won't show you all that one. It's basically just a longer version of the last clip that we had, but it does appear that there was a significant attack that occurred overnight in Orsk. Bringing us back into the Russian Dawn, we can get a follow-up to our story of the 4 ships that were hit in Novorossiysk, and we were able to see one of them actually getting hit. Here's the video. From what we understand, according to the poster, this was actually the Delta Harmony. Take a little look.
Yun. Eto medyo mabilis yung
and there's the hit.
Ganun din pala, siguro hindi lang nag-detonate.
Which then started a fire.
That was a pretty decent sized hit. Also, back that thing up for just a second. Like, let's see the first part when the initial strike occurred one more time.
Yun. Eto medyo mabilis yung
That's interesting. The drone was almost like invisible. Like, could you really see it?
I kind of saw it. Like, I think I saw it. Let me see if I can point it out with my mouse cursor once I see it. Right there. And I'm following the mouse cursor.
Huh. And like a ghostly shape. It's like it's not even really whole. Like, why is it showing up like that? Is it just a side like profile of it that is not showing up well, or what's up with that?
I think that might be the case. Really weird though. I will say that was just really bizarro. Like, I don't really know what to make of that. I guess the Ukrainians have invisible drones now, maybe.
Yeah, it's strange. I couldn't even make out what type of drone that would even be. Like, you really can't make out any shape hardly at all on it.
Yeah, it's really bizarre, honestly. But the fire did break out directly in the center area of the ship. And that was the end of that clip. We then got an additional clip, we believe, of the Delta Harmony later on, which was on fire. Let's see here. Actually, I don't know. It seems that the pipe generally matches up, but the area of the fire is a little bit different. So this may have been one of the other vessels of the 4 that was hit. So here's this clip. So, as you can see, the Ukrainians did hit these vessels. Quite nice to see, and good to get some follow-ups so that we could confirm the hits. Now, it's time for us to move on, folks, down into the real reason why the Russian Don region is called the Don. We have to move on down into Chechnya, because Matthew, we've been hearing that story that Kadyrov has been suffering from kidney failure, and that comes after the story that he was attacked by a shark and he almost drowned in Egypt, and then there's a whole bunch of other things that happened to this guy. He's basically like the Gumby man of Russia at this point. It appears he might actually be alive. He might be alive. They posted this video today. I can't show the whole thing because of the giant watermark on the bottom. Sorry about that, folks. But Kadyrov was in a car driving around today and pretty much saying, I'm alive, Dawn. I'm not the dead, Dawn. But I'd be honest with y'all,
Yeah.
I don't really know. I mean, he's just probably
Nah.
still on death's doorstep.
Yeah, this guy, I actually watched the whole video, by the way. He does not sound like he's in good health. Like you can tell the way he's like looking forward in the vehicle right there. He's trying to put on this image of he's doing okay, but I'm beginning to think the reports are probably accurate that he's like basically on death's doorstep from this kidney issue that he's allegedly having. I think he's at the end of his rope when it comes to medical issues. And also, he doesn't even look well. Like his face kind of looks a little bit swollen. He's not really talking normal. Like even for him, he's not talking normal. So I think that reports are probably accurate. They're probably going to be looking for a successor pretty soon.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for either his kid or they're going to be looking for the commander of the Akhmat, who really looks like a piece of work. I mean, if y'all thought Kadyrov looked crazy with that bowl cut and that crappy beard, y'all ought to wait to see the Akhmat commander. I mean, that guy looks like Jafar from Aladdin. Let me go pull him up. Let me see if I can go find him. Let's see here. Oh man, here we go. Well, no, that's not the guy. That's not the guy. Let's see here. I gotta find a real picture of him. Here we are. This is good enough. Yeah, hold up. I gotta get the high resolution picture. This guy right here.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is the guy who's being considered as a successor.
Yeah, this is like Optimov or something like that. He's the guy who commands the Akhmat. So he's basically like the, I don't know, the general of the army for Chechnya. And they're saying that he might be next in line, and they might just boot his kid out of the way. But Kadyrov also has this kid. He's like 17 or something at this point that he's been grooming to take the spot once he dies off. So we don't really know who it's going to be. It's either going to be the boy king or it's going to be the Chechen equivalent of Jafar from Aladdin. We don't really know. So we'll be waiting to find out who it is, and whoever it is, it basically will just be Chechen business as usual. But moving on out of that and out of the southern regions of the Russian Federation, we also were able to confirm that the Ukrainians did, of course, come under a drone attack from the Russians last night, and we did get to see a little bit of that air defense activity near to Odessa. They shot down a Shahed with a 50 cal. Pretty good hit. And I gotta say,
Also, by the way, was that? I just want to go check something. Old Warrior made a good point here. Was that ship, that Russian ship that we just saw get hit by that drone, was that near Novorossiysk?
yes, all of those were near Novorossiysk.
So that's a little bit interesting there. His old warrior is making a point. He was mentioning that also that is the same area where that submarine was taken out in the port by that first underwater Sea Baby drone that Ukraine has developed. And the fact we were really not able to see that drone very well. I'm not sure if it was really a submersible. I couldn't make it out very well in that video. Is it possible that could have been a submersible as the reason why it showed up so ghostly on the footage?
No, because the explosion happened up on deck. And a submersible would hit below the waterline, so you'd see a giant water spout. You wouldn't see it just some random explosion of fire break out on the pipework up on deck.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. It's just I'm trying to find a way to reconcile why the footage looked like that. Because even with a crappy camera, like you can generally make out like the shape of a drone coming in, and I couldn't make out the shape of anything except just like shadowy figure coming in on the screen. So I don't think it is a submersible. Because obviously, I mean, how's the submersible? Unless the submersible somehow jumps out of the water at the last second and jumps onto the deck, which would be like, I guess, like a carp or something. I don't think it can probably do that, but it just seems a bit strange.
It is a little strange, but I would say it's definitely an aerial drone, and the other one was a submersible, because a submersible is always going to create a water spout, which is, the water being blasted upwards from the explosion. And if you don't see that, then it's not a submersible, because there's always some bit of water above a submersible, and, that thing isn't jumping out of the water like an Asian carp. Like it certainly isn't doing that, and it certainly isn't jumping high enough that it jumped out of the water, over the side of the ship, which is about 40 feet tall, and then onto the center of the main deck, and then exploded on the pipework. Like that would be way too much for any drone to do. I mean, the force that would be required for that drone would be very visible, jumping out of the water even. So, I don't know. Like I would say it was an aerial drone and a submersible, and two entirely different weapon delivery systems, to put it that way. But moving on out of Novorossiysk. And it's time for us to move on into the rest of our news that we've got now, the war in Ukraine. And of course, folks, make sure to stick around. We will be getting on into the Greenland Clown World shenanigan business that we've got later on the show tonight. So if you ever wanted to see the Ringling Brothers Circus, unfortunately they went out of business, but we can cover a little bit of the circus going on right now. So we'll be getting to that a little bit later on. So if you're waiting for that, make sure to stick around. But moving on into Ukraine, we have been able to also hear over the day, within our location unknowns, something quite interesting. The Ukrainians have captured, for the first time in combat today, 2 horses.
2 horses. What in the world are they going to do with them? Like, are they going to I mean, what would you even do with those?
Send them to the glue factory. Like, we need glue. I don't know. I guess they just take him away. I mean, that is a Ukrainian soldier riding one off after they took him. But these are the first confirmed horses, Russian horses, that have been captured by the Ukrainian armed forces. So
That's impressive. That's impressive. The Ukrainians know how to ride the horses by default. They just jumped on the thing and apparently just know how to ride it. So that's pretty impressive.
they're Cossacks, Matthew. It's in their blood. Horse riding was a big part of Cossack culture. Still kind of is to this day. So, like, equestrian abilities kind of are second nature to a good bit of Ukrainians, especially the ones who live in the countryside. So these horses will be taken off by the Ukrainians. I don't think they're going to be sent to the glue factory, though. I guess the Ukrainians are just going to keep them somehow, some way, but they definitely don't serve any military purpose for the armed forces of Ukraine, from what we know. We also were able to get the Russian casualty report today, and obviously the Kyiv Independent has just given up on putting out the casualty report, so we've got to give a massive shout out to Miss Disa, Keeper of the Records, who not only is keeping the casualty records, but is also helping us to have this wonderful infographic to show on air every night. And according to Miss Disa, Keeper of the Records, Kyiv affected by massive strikes again, and the Russian loss report for day 1,421, 1,074 drones shot down, is the new highest daily loss of the Russian drones in the entire war, meaning that today is a record-breaking day. 232 vehicles lost is the second highest loss, tied with May 24th of 2025, and 74 artillery pieces is the 11th highest loss, tied with 3 other days. So today was generally a record-breaking day by many metrics for the larger part, or getting very close to it. And moving on into our casualty report, we have been able to confirm over the past 24 hours that 990 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 6 tanks, 3 APCs, 74 artillery pieces, 3 MLRSs, 5 air defense systems, 8 cruise missiles, 232 automotive and fuel tank vehicles, and not only that, a whopping 1,074 drones. Once again, to reiterate that, because that's a record-breaking figure. So, moving on from that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the frontline news, as we have been getting an interesting bit of it. Not a whole lot of it, but an interesting bit of it, say the least. Moving on up into the area of Vovchansk, which is a front that we rarely ever get to cover, we have been able to see that the Russians had lost a couple of drones within that area today. We'll have to mute the music, but we can see the drones flying on in and getting them, and a lot of them. We can see them just slamming them. I mean, look at them go. You know, I would think that the Russians just, you know, they must lose a gazillion of these every day, you know? Maybe about 1,074 of them a day. But moving on out of that, and on further down the line and into the area near Belgrade, we also were able to see that a Russian group, around a platoon's worth of soldiers that are waiting to transition into the Vovchansk front, were also hit within this area today as well by a Ukrainian airstrike within the Belgrade Oblast. We understand that some form of a GBU-39 was used to hit the building, and most of the Russians inside apparently did not survive. Moving on from that and on out of that area of the front, we also were able to hear within the area of the Severonsky Forest that Russians were also getting hit within this area as well, which we can see in this clip right here. The 3rd Brigade has been in heavy involved activities around the area of the Severonsky Forest for several months at this point, and the 3rd Brigade generally is the force that has now been charged with the responsibility, after the 12th Azov rotated out, to be able to defend this area of the front and to be able to stop the Russians from advancing further on towards Lyman and once again threaten the northern flank of the city of Slavyansk. We've also seen that the Ukrainians also took out more drones within this area today, including this absolutely crazy clip issued by the 3rd Brigade showing Ukrainian soldiers engaging and shooting down drones at near point-blank range. And here's the clip. And we'll have to mute that for music. Oh, God. Well, you see a drone hitting near to their vehicle, caving in the windshield, and we can see them having to bail out.
They're better at surviving these drones than the Russians, that's for damn sure.
Man, I'd be honest with you, man. The Russians wouldn't survive much. You can also see them moving on through the area. Usually these sorts of vehicles are used for supply runs and other sorts of activities, and we can see them now bailing out as a drone has been spotted. And we can see them now firing at the drone, which is actually sitting and waiting on the street, crazily enough. It's a drone lying in wait. And we can see them now having taken out the drone, moving past it, and making sure to clear the area. We now see them hopping back in the truck after they cleared the drone, and then moving on their way again. Logistics movements and personnel movements have become incredibly dangerous at all hours of the day due to these FPV drones on both sides. Even in the cover of darkness, forces are not able to move around easily due to drones like these sitting on the side of the road waiting for them, and also due to the fact that a larger and larger number of drones are being equipped with infrared and night vision, meaning that even in the middle of the night, nobody is safe from the possibility of a drone attack. As a matter of fact, if your force is not equipped with NVGs or some form of infrared sights, it's even more dangerous now to move at night because while you can't see the drones can still see you. So meaning that at this point, daytime and nighttime movements are wildly dangerous, and really doing anything that would get you seen or visibly spotted by enemy forces, either the Ukrainians or the Russians, will have you targeted with drones in less than a few minutes. We now see them getting hit and bailing out of the vehicle, and also surveilling the sky for further drones.
It would be so impressive if they had like a weapon, like an anti-drone weapon, that they could literally see the drone sitting on the side of the road. They could whip out like one of those drone jammers, but instead of being a drone jammer, it's like a really, really high energy weapon that can fire at the drone and fry the electronics in it, and it disables it. That would be super impressive.
Man.
Not sure how that power source would work, like to be mobile, but it would be impressive.
You know what would be really cool? Put a Havana syndrome on that thing, see what happens.
That, scramble it up a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, it might actually. I don't know. Maybe that will work against it. We also were able to see the Russians getting slammed by the 36th Marine Brigade as well, near to the Konstantinivka front. This guy was riding a four-wheeler, and now he's going to be going home on all fours. Look at him go. Oh, he had a up and what the hell is this called?
Up and away.
An up and away. I was like, there's a side-by-side shotgun, and then there's a. Oh, dang, I can't think of it. Well, those
double
Russians
barrel?
are toast. No, well, there's two different types of double barrel. I think there's an upper-lower double barrel, and then there's a side-by-side. Correct me if I'm wrong, folks. I'm trying to think of the terminology between the two. It's been a while since I've ever had to talk about shotguns. So we could see them here, once again, trying to...
Over and under?
And over and under. That's what it is, Matthew.
Hey, look, man, I'm not even a firearms guy, okay? I have a couple, but I'm not like an enthusiast. How did I know that and you didn't know that?
Man, I'm telling you, man, I got to try and memorize a lot of stuff these days on these shows. It takes up a lot of wavelength. Like, I got to try and not say Iran when we're talking about Ukraine, because we talk about Iran for a whole hour and then we move on into Ukraine. It's a whole deal. It's a whole deal. But anyways, moving on from that and on into Pokrovsk, we also were able to see them hitting some Russians within this area as a part of the 68th Jaegers Brigade. Look at that. Squaw! 68 Jaegers. That honey badger stepped on a Lego. We can see the
that
drone.
Thing reminds me of like a Welsh like family banner or something like that. It reminds me of something that goes on it.
You know, it kind of does. It reminds me of the Czechs. In the Czech Republic, too, we love pork. Ever had one of our sausages? Some of y'all might get the Sopranos reference, maybe. But moving on from that and on into our next clip around Pokrovsk, we also get to see some Russian tanks getting cooked. Any of y'all like a barbecue? And I'm not talking about a Haitian barbecue. I'm talking about a Ukrainian barbecue. We're lighting this thing up and we're grilling on the coke cage. Take a look at this. There's the tank.
Do you know what you call the wife of a Czech man?
What do you call them?
A Czechmate.
Oh, or a checkmate.
Oh, yes.
Oh!
Yes, indeed. Just like that.
Man, what's benevolent? Oh, man.
Look at this. They got a barn tank. It's currently smoking like an easy bake oven.
Oh, they got a little MTLB. Oh, that didn't last too long. I gotta tell you, they're putting down the work on these guys these days. They don't let them get by, and they're one of BMP3. Also, by the way, Matthew, due to our dad jokes, we're probably about to lose 10,000 live viewers. I'm just kidding. We probably won't, but, you know, you don't know. But moving on down the line into the very southern flank of the Pokrovsk front, we also get to see the Strela being hit by the Nemesis group. Take a look. There is the the Strela. The Strela TNM. And y'all about to see this thing fry. Bam! And that thing's about to cook. Give it a minute. Be patient, everyone. any second now, they'll show it cook. Yeah, they're not going to show it cook. Oh, that was a waste, but they did take it out, which is great to see. Moving on from that and all the way down and into the area of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, just to wrap up our little frontline segment here, we have also been able to see that around this area, we have also been able to see that the Russian Federation is still using the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant as a storage for equipment and vehicles. You can see some of the Russian armored cars right down there. The Russian Federation is technically in violation, I believe, of the Geneva Convention by using a civilian power plant as a weapons and vehicle storage facility. We've talked about that a good amount of times, and it's really something to see. You know, it's really something to note that they are using a nuclear power plant. There's the reactors literally right back there as a storage facility for armed vehicles. There's a Ural 4320. But that's the end of that clip, and still showing the Russian Federation is in violation of the Geneva Convention. Moving us on out of Ukraine now, because we've actually covered all of the front lines in that area, it's now time for us to move on into the drama that's going on between the NATO forces. It's time for us, folks, to move on. And while the Ringling Brothers circus has died off a long time ago due to financial troubles, I can tell you all that the circus is alive and well. Not with the lions and tigers and bears of old times, oh my. We're actually getting on into the circus that exists in modern foreign policy, at least with the United States of America and some of its interests. So we're going to be getting on into that, because we have been able to hear of several statements today that are quite interesting. For one, we have been able to hear that the United States is planning for swift and decisive action against the Islamic Republic of Iran, basically meaning that we're not going to be conducting a multi-week long airstrike campaign. We're just going to be conducting a once-off, and then that'll be it, a lot like Midnight Hammer. CENTCOM did draw up some options just to cover this as well, since we didn't cover this earlier, for the president to use, but all of them are probably going to revolve around a one-night strike, which will only piss off the Iranian government, but not completely demobilize it and destroy it. However, we did also get to hear some statements on Greenland today. These came out after the meeting between the United States and Denmark earlier today. So here's the statement from the president. The United States needs Greenland for the purpose of national security. It is vital for the Golden Dome that we are building. NATO should be leading the way for us to get it. If we don't, Russia or China will, and that is not going to happen. Militarily, without the vast power of the United States, much of which I built during my first term, and now bringing to a new and even higher level, NATO would not be an effective force or deterrent. Not even close. They know that, and so do I. NATO becomes far more formidable and effective with Greenland in the hands of the United States. Anything less than that is unacceptable. Additionally, the Danish have stated that after the meeting today, it does not appear that it was beneficial whatsoever, and that things were not looking that good at all. And I'll get you all that little statement right here. Because it appears that according to the Danish foreign minister, they say we didn't manage to change the American position on Greenland after the meeting that was conducted between the United States and Denmark today. Additionally, we have been able to see that as a result of this, the Republic of France and the Federal Republic of Germany are now moving forces into Greenland after the Danish requested for additional armed support by the Germans and the French to be able to try and defend Greenland, or at least posture against the United States if the United States actually tries to follow through with some form of a military annexation on Greenland. To say that the situation is not good would be an understatement. We are basically about to rip apart the entirety of the NATO alliance over the United States wanting to get Greenland, although we're already in Greenland, and Russia and China can't invade Greenland without them invoking Article 5, because they would be invading sovereign Danish territory, which means that we would respond anyways, and we would still defend it because it has Article 5 protections. And before anyone says, well, you know, the president says that we can't fight and defend it that way because it's not our territory, let me remind you that we fought a lot of people in the Second World War for territory that was never ours. We liberated France. The U.S. has never had a territory in France. We also fought on the side of the British bombing Germany until we landed in France in 1944. We didn't own a single bit of territory in the UK. We also have had significant military involvements inside of Western Germany throughout the entirety of the Cold War. We didn't have a single U.S. territory in Germany. We have also had a significant amount of U.S. forces outposts in Poland and other regions throughout the area of the eastern NATO frontier, we've never had to control that as direct territory to say that that's something we will defend. We've never had direct territory in Japan or South Korea, yet we have the entire U.S. 8th Army in South Korea ready to fight North Korea, although we don't hold a single U.S. territorial holding within that area. We have also made it clear that we'll fight and defend Taiwan, although Taiwan is not a U.S. territory. We have also in the past made multiple statements and actions, including bombings on Iran and the Houthis, although there's no direct U.S. territory in question or at stake there, and we also have no direct U.S. territories holdings within the Middle East. So if the concept is that we have to have U.S. territory to get involved in a foreign action anywhere, why in the world is it that in every single conflict over the past year, since this administration has taken office, the U.S. has had no territory in any of the conflicts that we've been involved in, but now for this one, we have to directly own the territory, otherwise we can't get involved. That's an arbitrary and fake rule that doesn't exist. We already have a significant amount of U.S. forces in Greenland, as many as we can logistically support, to be entirely honest. We also have a significant diplomatic relationship with the Danish, which allows us to be there. They are also part of NATO, meaning that they're owed Article 5 protections, meaning that if the Russian Federation or China attempted to invade and annex Greenland, not only would they be going up against the Danish forces on the island and invoking Article 5, they would also have to attack the U.S. forces, which are there on a permanent basis at Patufik Space Force Base and other facilities within the region, meaning that that entire story that the Russians and the Chinese will just invade it without a fight is absolute bullshit. It's just not even true. And also on top of that, another thing that I gotta say is not even true is that the president's now saying that he's the one responsible for the existence of NATO. NATO's existed for 70 years. And on top of that, the president has done basically nothing, and at least from what I can tell, in the first or second term to really do anything to benefit NATO. If anything, he's about to completely rip the entire thing apart and has been in the process of greatly souring relations with a great deal of NATO allies over the past year and a month, and basically did near to nothing in the first term to do anything to NATO's benefit or detriment. So statements like that are just taking the piss as usual and acting like he's the only guy who does anything on the planet. Like if you asked him, he was the guy who crossed the Delaware River to go fight the British on Christmas Day back in 1778. It's just it's getting ridiculous at this point, and I gotta say this is an atrocious sort of a situation that we're watching in terms of foreign policy, because if we get into a shooting match in Greenland over trying to take that island, some people don't get this, but France is a nuclear-armed power. You can talk about how you don't like the Europeans and how they're limp noodles and yada yada and just come up with a whole bunch of shit, but Britain and France are nuclear-armed powers. So technically, if we get into a war with France, Germany, and Denmark over Greenland, we're technically getting into a war with a nuclear-armed power because the French are. That's not a good situation. Like, that's just not a good one at all, and that's just an absolutely stupid sort of an outcome to have. On top of that, we're threatening an entire $1 trillion market that we have with the Europeans in trade, amongst many other things, including our jumping pad to get to the Middle East. Because if the Europeans have nothing to do with us, folks, from this point on, we have no way to fly into the Middle East, because the British will stop us from flying through Diego Garcia, the British Indian Ocean territory, meaning that we wouldn't be able to fly the long trip over the Pacific and then to Diego Garcia to fly into the Middle East, meaning that our access route is cut off there, and then our access routes through the UK and also through Germany will also be completely cut off as well, meaning that not only will we be losing our allies in Europe, but we'll also be losing any control over the U.S. security assurance sphere in the Middle East, basically leaving that wide open to the Chinese. So to take a singular island in the Arctic, we are going to completely obliterate our strategic position inside of the Middle East and Europe. That doesn't sound like a good exchange, in my opinion. But a lot of people are talking about this situation at the moment and saying what they think about it. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so now we are seeing Europe is actually taking action to defend Greenland against the United States in expectation for a possible invasion of Greenland. So that's the first real move we've seen by Europe so far, and makes things a little bit more serious now that troops are being deployed. So now the entirety of Europe, which is also NATO, is warning of unprecedented consequences if the USA takes Greenland, and also, like I said, Germany has sent troops. So what are your thoughts? 39% said the USA will back off the situation, they're simply bluffing, while 26% said the EU will let the USA have it, and 26% also said the EU will fight the United States in Greenland. So right now, the rationale for trying to take Greenland is that we need to put the Golden Dome air defense system on Greenland. But here's the problem with that. We currently don't have any interceptor missiles on Greenland, but we do have at the Batufik Space Base radar missile defense systems that detect the launch of ICBMs and other missiles from Russia and everywhere in that region to let us know early warning of these things being launched toward the United States. So that is currently on Greenland now. We've had it there for a long time, so it's not new, but they're saying it's absolutely crucial to actually own Greenland before we put the Golden Dome there. I don't understand why that is a necessity, because we've had a long-standing defense relationship with Denmark to have our forces on Greenland. There's never been a problem, and there's been no basically backlash to wanting to put the Golden Dome on the island of Greenland either. So I'm not really sure why we have to own it. It seems a bit strange, and also it's obviously causing a huge ruckus, and it's obviously not worth it to obliterate NATO overtaking Greenland for whatever type of strategic benefit it may even provide, if any, to actually own it personally. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that this is just it's beyond stupid. It's just absolutely stupid, folks. Like like people who say that it makes sense don't know what they're talking about. Like, I'm not even going to mince words with that. They don't know foreign policy, and they don't know the kind of implications that are following behind this. People who say that it's smart to take Greenland live in a fantasy land where they don't know what's going on around the world, and they don't know a lot about what is going on around them every day that makes the United States successful. Going and trying to take Greenland is going to screw the United States over. It's not going to end up in our benefit in any way. The Europeans will generally be unfazed by this, and they'll most likely just start shifting more towards the Chinese, which to them, there's no big deal. I mean, that's no problem for them at all. But for the United States, it's a big problem. We just lost $1 trillion trade market. The Chinese just gained $1 trillion trade market, and we completely lost any way to make it into the Middle East. It's just ridiculous. Like, it is stupid. It does not make any sense. On top of that, another thing is that some people are saying, and this is something I just get so tired of hearing, folks, the Europeans are weak and they can't take care of themselves. Where in the world do people get that idea? I mean, has Europe ceased to exist at this point? No. So why in the world do people keep saying that Europe is this weak, incompetent, and stupid, drooling mess? They have nuclear weapons, you know. Like I don't know if people know this, but Europe has about as much a capability, even in nuclear arms, of attacking the United States as China does right now. Europe also has a larger economy than China combined. Europe also has a larger military than everyone else on the planet in terms of service members than anyone else. Even the Chinese, the Russians, and the United States don't get close to the amount of active serving armed forces members throughout all the European nations. That doesn't really make a lot of sense that people sit there and go, oh, well, they're just weak and stupid and goofy and they can't do anything. I mean, hell, the Europeans are as powerful, largely, as the United States of America on economic and military terms, especially when you compare them to any of their near-peer adversaries in the world. They could run circles around Russia and China just about every day of the damn week. They have as many aircraft carriers as China. They have an infinite number of more aircraft carriers than Russia. I don't know what people come up with this whole stupid baloney about the Europeans are weak and pointless, because who else out there is better than Europe? Russia? No. China? No. So what's the alternative? People keep saying that Europe's useless, but there's no one better than the Europeans. So why in the world would we sit there and just forsake that alliance and to go with some crummy ally like India?
Yeah, and also look at the implication as well, because they're saying here's some more of the rationale. Also, by the way, they're saying they need Greenland because they need to put the Golden Dome missile defense system on it. Fair enough, but you don't need to own Greenland to do that. That's the problem with that rationale. But number two, they're also saying that if Russia wants to, then they'll go and take Greenland after they start invading Europe or defeating Europe. But the problem is, though, under NATO, if Russia attacks a NATO state, the USA is obligated to respond to it. So in that instance where Russia starts invading Europe, we'll have to respond anyway if we're going to honor Article 5. So the U.S. is operating like we don't plan on honoring Article 5. That's the way they're operating and sort of talking right now. And that's why they're also saying we need to take Greenland, because when Europe falls, we don't want Russia to have Greenland because that's detrimental to U.S. national security. So And the problem is, we wouldn't need to take Greenland if we'd simply honor Article 5 of NATO and honor our obligations. We wouldn't need to take Greenland. And, I don't know what the strategy here is. If it seems very confused, and I know people are going to take this political here, but it seems like a very confused strategy, and it seems like just causing a ruckus just to cause it, because there's no real reason to even take Greenland. I mean, I haven't heard one single person say any real reason that we should actually own Greenland personally, because we're already granted permission to have our forces on Greenland. We have Patufic there. We have some very high-tech radar systems on Greenland, and there's no reason that we shouldn't just keep it the way it is. But yeah, at the same time, they're creating a ruckus for some unknown reason.
I don't even know why. And I see people in the chat just coming up with endless arguments like, well, Greenland's only owned by Denmark because a couple of people came over on a boat, and so they don't really own it. Okay, so now at this point we're saying that the US doesn't exist because everyone who came to the United States came over on a boat. Like nobody, just spawned here. Everyone came over on a boat that's a modern American. So I guess that America doesn't exist now by that logic either. But no, that's different because we are able to defend this place or some stupid shit to change the argument at that point. But that doesn't make any sense because a rule is a rule. If people come over on a boat and they claim something and that's theirs, which is the whole reason the United States exists, then Greenland also is a part of Denmark. Because that same argument is applied there. Some people came over in a boat 500 years ago. Yeah, some people came over to America in a boat 500 years ago, and that's why the United States exists. So by that same logic, Greenland is a part of Denmark. Another thing is that we already are in Greenland. So it makes no sense. Like, people are saying we have to have Greenland because we have to be there. We're already there. That's like saying we have to take Germany to be in Germany. We're already in Germany.
Yeah, and also, by the way, if Denmark was telling the United States, hey, United States, we don't really want y'all in Greenland anymore. You need to go. Now, if they were saying that, I would be also sort of with the current administration. I'd be saying, well, wait a minute. Like, we need Greenland for national security. Like, we have to be on Greenland. But the problem is Denmark hasn't said anything like that. Denmark hasn't threatened to kick us off of Greenland. They haven't threatened to do anything to the United States about our forces being there. I mean, the U.S. could ramp up our forces there, and I'm sure Denmark would agree to it before now. Now they might not agree to it because now they're worried it might be an invasion force. But beforehand, they would have probably agreed to it with no problem. Because, I mean, what detriment is it to Denmark to have U.S. soldiers protecting Greenland? I mean, we don't have to own it to protect it. If it's that vital and we simply need it, then simply operate like we own it without having the title to it. And what's wrong with that? We have the forces anyway. Just put them to work.
And also, I gotta say this is always funny to me. Some people in the chat try and devalidify our statements or try and make our arguments sound less compelling by saying, well, you're not in the White House, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm gonna bet 100% of the time, the people who say that aren't in the White House either. So what makes you think that you know any better than me to say that that's a good idea? I mean, so far, this administration in foreign policy has put out some of the stupidest ideas seen living on the planet. Like, there's no argument to that. The tariffs were stupid, because that's only caused economic damage and has increased inflation in a couple of regards. We've also seen that there has been significantly bad foreign policy moves made in the Middle East, because we did the same airstrike campaign on the Houthis under this administration that Biden did in the last one, which was also ineffective in completely wiping out the Houthis or even hardly damaging them. They're still there. We haven't seen anything done to Iran and its nuclear programs, really. They were kind of damaged, but they're still working in the background, so nothing's been done there. The war in Ukraine hasn't ended, and the Chinese are still prepping and preparing to invade Taiwan. So the situation is completely unchanged now. If not anything, it might be worse in some instances than it was a while ago. So there's no reason to say that the president has a four-dimensional chess move that he's pulling, because so far we've seen that everything's done day to day. Even on top of that, with Venezuela, we go down there and we nab Maduro out of Venezuela, which would have been great if we then went on to conduct a full military operation to dismantle the Venezuelan government. But instead of doing that, we then let Maduro's socialist extremist regime continue to exist in Venezuela, and then we just negotiate through them. And while we're doing that, their armed goons, the collectivos, are wandering around Venezuela trying to kill every American in sight, to where we have to issue a warning just last week through the Department of State that Americans have to flee the country any way they can, otherwise the collectivos are going to scalp them and then hang them from the nearest tree. So I don't really know how in the world the foreign policy situation is a 4D chess move at the moment, because I'm not really seeing that, and it's been a year. So we've given it enough time at this point to say something's got to eventually add up to make sense, and nothing has added up to make sense. So
So the ultimate question is this though. Here's the big question, and we gotta put our opinion on the record because this is something here that could go any which way. We could be bad wrong on it. We could turn out to be right. But in my personal opinion, on the question of whether or not the U.S. is actually going to follow through with invading Greenland, I would personally say that they're not. I think this has the very bad smell of being a ruckus just to cause a political quagmire. It seems like it's just simply making noise to make it because the U.S. knows, and I mean, there's people all over the United States that aren't just mindless political people that don't really think for their own selves. The people that use their head, like most of the people that watch our stream, I would say 99% of the people in here understand how important NATO is to the United States and Europe as a whole. I would say most people would not support something like that because we cannot implode NATO to take one island. We can't do that. Most people know that. Even the people that are somewhat political even know that, even if they won't admit it out loud. So I don't think the U.S. is going for it. I think it's all a bunch of ruckus. It's designed to create headlines and a distraction, and that's probably about it. So hopefully it stays that way. Now, if in a week or two the U.S. deploys forces and starts taking Greenland, color me surprised at that point. I'll be blown away, shocked, and completely confused at that point if that starts happening. And also I'll be in probably shock as well. But Enforcer, what's your prediction for the record?
I would have to say, I like. I got to say, folks, I'm making my analysis here, not off of what was probably going to happen. What I hope is going to happen is that the U.S. is going to back off. If we do not back off, this is going to be detrimental. And I just gotta put it out there, folks. We're all on the same boat. That's what people don't get in this country anymore. If you're a Democrat, you're on the same boat with the Republicans. And if you're a Republican, you're on the same boat with the Democrats. So if some stupid idiot, whether they're a Republican or a Democrat, sinks the whole ship, you're drowning alongside whoever you're saying you're owning. So if you're owning the libs, you're drowning with the libs. If you're owning the Republicans, you're drowning with them if the ship sinks. I don't think people understand that. It's not a good situation to sit there and go, oh, we're just owning so-and-so, but we're going to sink the ship in the process because there's no lifeboats off this ship. So if it sinks, we're all drowning. It's not really a good situation to be in. I can tell you that because a lot of people in this country are really soft. And they're soft to a point that it's at a detriment. People live in fantasy in this country. Hardly anyone in this country has suffered hardship, has suffered any sort of tumult, has watched people die in front of them, has watched people around them suffer, or has lived in a bad economy. An absolutely abysmal one like our forefathers did in the Depression. I mean, it's bad now, but it's not Great Depression levels of bad, where tens of thousands of people are hopping on trains, going around looking for work because there's literally no jobs and everyone's living in shanty shacks. It hasn't gotten that bad yet. No one's lived through that sort of a deal. So everyone in this country loves to sit there and fantasize about the economy collapsing or some sort of a grander war or who knows what, because they don't know what the hell's lying around the corner. They don't know that the hit squads might be coming around, or they don't know that the U.S. is about to be under a missile attack, or that the economy could collapse. And things aren't fun, folks, when the shit collapses. It's really easy to fantasize about living through tough times when you're living in the easy times, but when those tough times come around, I can promise y'all, a lot of people are going to get beat down mentally bad enough that they'll be praying for us to somehow build the country back up into the easy times that we're living in right now. So maybe it'd be a smart idea for the U.S. to just back off of the whole Greenland thing before we completely sink our economy because of what we're about to do and screw ourselves over the Europeans, and also with the Middle East, because that's generally attached to this as well, because there's no way to get to the Middle East without using Europe as a jumping point. Maybe we just want to back off before this whole thing ends up being so badly that we don't even have operating electricity or internet anymore in this country for us to run this show for y'all to listen to. Maybe we want to do that.
But do you think it's going to get invaded, or do you think it's not going to get invaded?
I'd hope not. I'd hope not. I think I would like. I can't even say
what's your prediction.
I can't even say. Like, I don't even know. Like, it's like this administration literally changes its mind every day. Like, literally just today, folks. Now the president's saying that Putin's a nice guy and he wants a peace deal again. So they change their mind every day. Like, it's impossible to even say what they're going to do. So I don't know. Like, I'd be completely honest. I have no clue what they're even going to do.
I'm sticking with they're not going to go for it. That's my final prediction there. I'm going to lean on that one there and sort of believe that's going to be the case for my own sanity as well.
Yeah, so with that, folks, I hope we've addressed that well, at least the best we possibly can. But I cannot tell you all enough that if we have ever made a statement on anything, just straight up to say something is stupid, this is the stupidest thing we've ever seen. By far, bar none. this is the dumbest thing. Like, I would love to make this a fair thing and say, well, the last president also did something this stupid. But even as bad as the last president was, they didn't even do something as stupid as this, or even threaten to do something as stupid as this. This is a whole new level. But moving on from that, it is time for us to move on into the speech from President Zelensky to get us back on track, because we actually do have a speech from President Zelensky today on day 1421 of the news from around the world. And so if it loads, they've got some great DDoS protection here. Look at this. I mean, it's working hard. So we're about to be getting on into this here in a minute while y'all look at this white screen. And how's y'all's family? Are y'all doing well? Oh, here we go. Every time I say that, it actually pops up. So without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Шановні українці, українки, довгий сьогодні день. Нещодавно провів нараду енергетичну. Найголовніше сьогодні. Багато питань. Денис Шмигаль призначений першим віце-прем'єром та міністром енергетики України. Ключове його завдання – це впоратись з надзвичайною ситуацією, яка є в енергетиці зараз через російські удари та жорстку зимову погоду. Окремо проаналізували ситуацію в частині наших міст, особливо складно в Києві, також Одеса, Дніпровщина, Дніпро, Кривий Ріг, ще деякі інші наші міста і регіони. Багато бачимо зроблено, зокрема в Харкові, там місцева влада підготувалась, Київ, на жаль, зробив значно менше, дуже мало зроблено в столиці. Навіть цими днями я не бачу інтенсивності. Треба зараз все це терміново виправляти. Повинні бути рішення. Юридично буде зафіксовано стан надзвичайної ситуації в енергетиці. Це дасть більше можливостей. Кабінет міністрів України максимально спростить все, що стосується підключення резервного енергетичного обладнання до мереж. Нуль бюрократії. Доручив збільшити можливості імпорту електрики. Всі бізнесові можливості. В Києві та інших містах має бути більше пунктів підтримки людей. Набагато більше пунктів незламності. Я доручив переглянути правила для комендантської години на час надзвичайної ситуації. Можемо прибрати комендантську годину для частини міст та громад. Там, де безпекова ситуація це дозволяє. Безумовно. Урядовці мають представити відповідні пропозиції. Щоб в будь-який час люди могли отримати всю необхідну підтримку і щоб бізнес міг планувати свою роботу більш раціонально. Я хочу окремо подякувати всім енергетичним компаніям, обласній та місцевій владі, всім, хто готовий працювати разом з нами, з державними інституціями. Згуртованість повинна бути максимальною заради спільних результатів. Я провів нараду з новим міністром оборони України Михайлом Федоровим. Перший пріоритет – захист неба. Рішення, завдання – все є у нього. Треба підтримати фронт, забезпечення бригад, фінансування, постачання дронів передусім. Буде трансформація. Окремі завдання є для дипломатів всього українського дипломатичного корпусу, який повинен жити тими ж проблемами і тими ж емоціями, тими ж цілями, що і всі українці. Треба більше підтримки для нашої держави та людей, для нашої стійкості, для відновлення. Необхідні запити партнерам зроблені. Ще одне. Говорили сьогодні з Рустемом Умєровим та нашими іншими учасниками переговорної групи. Треба активно рухатись щодо документів. По гарантіях безпеки, по економічних угодах, по політичному документу також. З нашої сторони максимальна продуктивність. Очікуємо також енергійної роботи з американської сторони. Я особисто дуже очікую. Дякую всім, хто з нами, хто з Україною. Слава Україні!
Героям слава. And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of the war, 1421. And it's time for us to move on, folks, into the next segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I gotta say, folks, that's gonna be one hell of a time. A fun time for sure, because we get to talk about literally anything and everything. And I'm sure that we're gonna have a whole bunch of fun stuff to talk about, except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. Those topics are generally off of the table. But everything else, it's on the table. I can promise you all that. And of course, we are going to be getting on into those questions starting about right now. But before we do, I understand that we actually have a question that's been asked of all of y'all. It's only been up for a minute, but it's something that we didn't cover on the news tonight, but still something interesting to speak of nonetheless. And Matthew, what do we got, and what are people thinking about it?
All right. So many of you on the stream today might have noticed that there was a very, very big outage today, a cellular outage across the country, mainly in the southeast. That was the main place it was currently being conducted, or at least it was happening. They were suffering an outage there. But was it a cyber attack? That's the question. Because we saw several different providers today were apparently experiencing widespread outages, which seems a little bit strange considering how widespread it was. Seems a little bit odd. We never got an official explanation, by the way. So all the options are on the table right now. We simply don't know what it is. But what was your assessment? Was it a cyber attack? And it looks like 52% said yes, it seems like one, while 26% said we need more information, and 13% said no, it seems like something else entirely, like maybe a software bug. So I would say, based just on the timing, we're hearing the U.S. might be conducting strikes inside of Iran imminently at any point in the future. This seems like it could be a shot across the bow by one of our adversaries. That's the way it looks to me. Once again, I don't have proof of that it was a cyber attack. We don't know that for a fact. But if it was something that was conducted by an adversary, I would say the likely goal behind it was to let us know in the United States that our systems are vulnerable to a certain degree, and they're trying to scare us out of taking action. So ultimately, it probably won't work. I doubt it would actually scare the U.S. out of taking action, but it certainly was concerning to see that today. And we have heard reports before that foreign adversaries are prepared to take down our whole network at a moment's notice if they really wanted to. So not really sure how true that is, but it's certainly a little bit concerning. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it is fairly concerning, and it does seem as though it was highly likely a cyber attack, and hopefully we'll be able to see that there will be some form of protection, or at least some semblance of defense that could be made against cyber attacks like that in the future. But generally, though, with cyber attacks, luckily, folks, once they use an exploit like that, usually the system is usually fixed or mended to where that form of an attack can't really be conducted again. So cyber attacks are basically like a special key, a one-time use key that can be used to break into a system, but really can't be used much farther than that. It's a one-time use deal, and then usually after that, that exploit is patched to where it cannot be done again. So hopefully we will see that their attempt to be able to conduct another attack like that will be a whiles on into the future. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least from what I know. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the question segment. And I'm sure that we're going to have a lot of great questions tonight, folks. And I got to say, folks, we finally rounded out the news at a fairly reasonable time. Nowadays, it takes us like 2.5 hours to cover the news. Tonight, it only took us 2. I mean, that's like a running record for the modern day of news coverage with how much there is to talk about and cover. So I hope that does address that the best that I can, at least the best we possibly can. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right. So also, by the way, I have done a scan for breaking news right now. It looks like generally things are quiet. Of course, it is daylight hours inside of Iran right now. So we are unlikely to see strikes on Iran during the stream. If they were to occur, it's going to be sometime in the afternoon tomorrow. That's when the window of opportunity opens back up once again. Because, of course, they usually like to attack in the very late hours of the night or into the early morning hours when the military conducts attacks, because obviously the nighttime provides cover. So they usually do it during that time. Also, by the way, I do want to address one other thing as well. There's currently a podcaster out there making a very wild claim. It seems like he makes wild claims all the time whenever he needs viewership. I won't mention his name. I don't want to give him publicity, but there's claims out there that Russia is seriously considering using nuclear weapons against Europe. That is complete bogus, by the way. Russia always threatens to use nuclear weapons, and they're not going to suddenly start nuking Europe out of the blue. That's not going to happen. They've got to get to a very, very, very bad point before they even get get to that reality, like to even consider it in a serious matter, it's always just a threat. So that's just clickbait garbage once again, and that's all that is. But Enforcer, would you like to weigh in on that wild claim? You probably know who I'm talking about, who made the claim, but we won't mention his name just to avoid giving the guy credit. But what do you think?
Is that the whole breaking news, the doomsday planes are flying, everyone's going to die deal?
No, no, no. This is actually a guy who has some street cred.
Some street cred? Oh, wait, you gotta send that to me over text. Who in the world is that? Like, send that to me really quickly because I gotta know who it is. I'm not gonna say it on air, but I gotta know. But that's not happening, folks. That's just straight BS. People do that for clickbait so that way they can get some views. Oh yeah, it's that guy, of course. He has all the answers, doesn't he? And then he doesn't. Like, he never has the answers to anything. But yeah, like that's the guy that would do that. So that has no credibility behind it, folks. If we saw that the Russians were preparing for a nuclear attack against Europe, there would have to be some sort of justification for it, defensive, according to Russia's doctrine, and there isn't any form of defensive justification that they could give to a preemptive nuking of Europe. That would be a preemptive attack, which is an offensive use of nuclear weaponry, which does not happen. It's just not possible. So I hope that is addressed to the best I can, and with that, we are on into the questions.
All right, so let's get out of that crazy claim right there. And also, the nuclear bombers are flying. They're flying. Also, they're not flying, by the way. And also, there's no EAMs going out, by the way, at least the ones that we should be concerned about. But jumping into our first of the Super Chats, back into our Super Chat segment, our first one goes to James Hughes, a longtime channel legend, by the way. Hey! And he puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, good sir, James, for that support once again. He said, hello, enforcers and LSA. And how long, in your estimate, would it take NATO to reach Moscow? And my estimate is 72 hours. And tanks can bring up the rear and fast-moving armor with air supremacy.
And thank you so much for the support. I'd actually say that taking Moscow would take a little bit of time. It wouldn't really be as quick as we would think, because in the Gulf War, we could have immediately tried to push into Iraq's forces, but in reality, we gave it about, hell, honestly, like 4 months about before we started to move into Iraq. Honestly, it was more like 5, because it was really just that last month that we saw significant ground maneuvers, and then it was over after that. The U.S. believes in air superiority, pretty much clearing everything out before our ground forces actually get in the fighting. And that's basically how our doctrine works in the modern day. So we probably would not see that any ground offensive would be conducted towards Moscow until several months in, because we wouldn't want to send our forces into a meat grinder, because how it works here in America, people cry whenever anyone in the military dies, which it's deservedly so. But that's more so prevalent here in America than it is really in any other country in the world, except for European countries, which is also something that I find funny, is that people always talk about, how Europe is weak and soft. But, if 3 U.S. soldiers die somewhere overseas, in the United States, everyone in the nation is going to be in an uproar about that. And I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm also one of those people. But at the same time, that's because we have higher standards here in the West than people in Russia. I mean, 1,000 Russians can die every day in the war in Ukraine for 1,500 days straight. Nobody even bats an eye. 3 people in the U.S. military die in the Middle East. You're going to hear about it. Like, it's just how we work. So because we want to cut down on the amount of fatalities and casualties in general that we have, because nobody really likes, also we have breaking news coming out at the moment. What do we got?
Okay, so I was going to wait for you to get finished, by the way. Like, you didn't have to jump off that quick. But we do have some big news right now. We've gotten a wild claim from the United States Treasury. We've gotten some wild claims here. We are hearing that allegedly millions of dollars are currently being smuggled out of Iran by the leadership of the Islamic Republic. And the U.S. is currently tracking the money being taken out of Iran. So that is a bad, bad sign that the Ayatollah apparently does not believe he's going to be in power much longer. They are apparently just sending money out of the country. Whatever money is left, if you believe the report, is apparently being just sent out of the bank accounts of Iran and to elsewhere to foreign countries. So that is wild. I mean, that's a pretty strong sign that they are not thinking they're going to hold on much longer in power inside of Iran. So that's interesting. That claim was made by a U.S. government official, by the way. And Enforcer, what do you think about that? That's a crazy claim.
That sounds pretty wild, but I generally wouldn't doubt it. I'm sure that they're probably doing that just for financial security reasons. Probably moving it to Russia, but they better not do that because the Russians might just spend the money in their own way.
Yeah, that is crazy. I was trying to find some more information here. It looks like the statement was made apparently on an interview. It looks like, I'm trying to figure out where this was said. It looks like it was said on an interview on a news network. It looks like I haven't had a chance to listen to it personally, but that is interesting. So let me see if I can get some more information on this and see exactly where they're claiming the money is being routed to. I think we can take a guess of where it's being routed to. It's likely being routed to Russia. And I wouldn't count on Russia holding on to that money. Like, I'm not sure if I'd count on that. You know, Russia is kind of hungry for money right now. So they might just have to have a snack or two, depending on how desperate they're getting. But interesting. So that's apparently all the information we have on that story at the moment. It's just that one statement, and that is it.
That is pretty interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, getting back to the super chat from James Hughes, generally we conduct significant air operations because people hate hearing about U.S. soldiers dying. Which, you know, like I gotta say this, like I gotta say, folks, I'm fairly frustrated about some stuff these days, like the whole Greenland deal and how a whole bunch of stupid people want to say that Europe is like weak and a limp noodle and useless. But then those same people, you know, it makes no sense, folks, because those same people whine and moan and complained about the 8 U.S. soldiers that died at the garrison perimeter in Kabul at the international airport when we were withdrawing in 2021. Rightfully so, but that also means that by that metric, if we're saying that people who think like that are weak, that means that those people are weak. Like, the logic there in those arguments makes no sense. But because of that, we take an incredibly long time to prepare the ground for our armed forces to move in. Because in my honest opinion, that is the way to think, and we shouldn't be just throwing people's lives into a meat grinder for them to die off. Our soldiers are incredibly valuable and important to us, and I would say that it's better to expend any amount of money and any amount of resources to make sure that we mitigate casualties and fatalities as much as we possibly can, regardless whether people think that's weak or not. If people think that's weak, they're stupid. Let them pick up the gun and go in the army and figure out how that works for them when they get mowed down, because it was cheaper to let them get mowed down than it was to give them excessive amounts of air support. But because of that, it would probably take us months to make it to Moscow, because we would obliterate basically everything in Western Russia, and then the army would roll in to clear out whatever was left. Because that's what we did in the Gulf War, and that's also what we did in basically every other conflict since the Second World War. Overwhelming firepower by artillery and air superiority, and then after months of that, to where there's basically nothing left and their morale is completely destroyed, then the army rolls in, and we basically roll the army in to take prisoners at that point. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, but a humongous thanks to you once again for support, James Hughes, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, we wouldn't be able to keep it on air, and we wouldn't be able to speak common sense, which apparently isn't that common these days, especially for some people out there, you know, the Greenland crowd and all. But beyond that, a big thanks to you so much once again for the support, and with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, get this. Here's another piece of news. This is on a different situation. This has to do with the United States and also the Venezuela situation. Apparently today, according to what I'm reading, the U.S. Senate voted 51-50 to reject a bid to block the U.S. officials from taking further military action in Venezuela without congressional approval. And the vice president, at least according to what I'm reading, was the one that casted the tie-breaking vote. So that's interesting. That we had heard before there was a war powers resolution that had been passed in the Senate, pretty much preventing further military action, and now it looks like that has also been taken down by this new vote. So it appears to be the president is still able to take further military action without congressional approval against Venezuela if needed. So kind of interesting that the VP, at least according to the report, had to break that tie. That's a pretty slim margin, to say the least. But unfortunately, would you like to weigh in on that one? That's a bit interesting.
That is pretty slim. Yeah, a little bit interesting with that, but then again, also the war powers resolutions don't really mean much, folks, because they always have to get sent to the office of the president, and then the president can just veto it. So it's basically more like a symbolic action than anything, even if it had somehow made it through the Senate. So, gotta say that's unfortunate to hear that the Senate's that split on something along those lines, but, you know, I guess it is what it is. But anyways, with that, I hope we were able to address that well, and a humongous thanks to you once again for the support, James Hughes, and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to 2C2C856, who puts in a $100 support, a massive support, by the way. And we do appreciate that very much. That is one of the largest supports of the night, by the way, and we appreciate it. They said better than mainstream.
And I got to thank you so much for the support. And that hands down, one thing I'll say is that we probably aren't the greatest show on YouTube, but I will say that we are definitely the greatest show compared to the mainstream news. That is without a doubt. Mainstream news is just bad. Like, it's terrible. That's really one of the main reasons why I got on YouTube 4 years ago and made the first videos on this channel about the fall of Afghanistan and also the protests and riots in Hong Kong is because I thought the mainstream news sucked back then. And that was like 6 and 7 months before the war in Ukraine even started and before Enforcer Matt became Enforcer Matt. That was my mindset. The mainstream news just sucks. It's terrible. Like, nothing against the people who work in the mainstream news, but I will say that the entire system that exists around that's absolutely ridiculous. Some rich guy who's got billions of dollars owns a news company, and it basically just becomes that guy's megaphone. But because it's a mainstream news company, there's a whole bunch of other faces involved, and people don't really see the direct connection in between the guy that owns it and what they're saying. So then it kind of seems like they're saying what they want on those news channels, but they're not. They're told what to say by a higher up, and you'll see that whenever any of them leave. You know, like for example, who was that one guy? He was the brother of the governor of the state of New York. On one news network, he leans to the left, and then he gets thrown off of that news network, and then the next network he's on, he's leaning to the right. Like, people sit there and act like, oh, he flipped. No, he didn't. He's just getting paid by someone else to say something different, probably. That's what I'd assume. Because that's what everyone does up there. Nobody believes anything that they say on the news, and nobody even really knows what they're talking about on the mainstream news. They just say what they're told to say. They read right off of a teleprompter. It's entirely scripted. It's ridiculous, really. I cannot stand watching it, folks. And what's even crazier is that none of them know what they're talking about. Like, none of them have any research or analysis or knowledge on anything that they say, and it even shows in their coverage, because they'll say something like, this high-tech grenade launcher. It's like, everyone has grenade launchers. What are you talking about high-tech? It's like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, you know, and then they go and look at I remember this one, folks. This was a special that they actually showed on CNN, and this one still remains in my mind to this day. The Russians rolled out this plywood prop called the Su-75 Checkmate in 2021, and they sent some CNN correspondent there, and it's like, I think it was like their weapons analyst or something like that to this arms show, and he went there and he was like, this is clearly a modern aircraft because it looks modern. And if we get in the cockpit, it looks really modern because it has computer screens. And I'm like, this isn't really an analysis. I'm like, I don't know what this is, but this is not an analysis. That's for damn sure. Like, you know, like, it's like a plywood mock-up doesn't say anything about what a aircraft's capability is. And there's even glaring questions that I have about this aircraft and its airframe design that I could tell you off of the bat. Like, for example, how in the world is this thing going to operate with such a small fuselage? I mean, this is probably the smallest 5th-generation aircraft out there on the planet. Where in the world are the internal bays? Do they mount anything on a hard point? If they do, does it completely lose its radar cross-section? Which the answer would be yes. So what's the point of it even being stealth? What's its range? What's its combat capabilities? Can it actually interface with other aircraft to create some form of real-time link between the others and information sharing? Is that possible? What type of engine does it have?
Why does it say AI?
Because it uses ChatGPT.
Why does it say that? Is this a fake image or something? Or
No,
is this real?
This is real. Like, this is a real plane. It was at the Arms Expo, and they did a CNN special on it. So, you know, it's real. But I don't know why that was on the first picture. But this thing was stupid, folks. And then they were like, it's really modern, and it might really give the Americans a run for their money. It's like, just because it looks modern, it's I'd like the quote unquote expert arms analysis world, folks, that they have like on the mainstream organizations. I have very little respect for them because they rarely ever know what they're talking about. Basically, for them, if something externally looks modern, it's modern. That's it. No, nothing about the internals of it or how it actually works or how it actually performs or the realistic limitations of an airframe like this. It just kind of looks modern, and it has like a modernish looking camo pattern, so it's modern according to arms analysts. It's just stupid, but I do think
so they have the Predator, they have the Felon, and now they have the Checkmate.
Yeah, like it's
interesting. That's an interesting lineup there. And then they also have the Satan. They have the Satan missile too, in case all these fail. They can fall back on Satan.
Yeah, you know, and also another thing, like this one was funny because this one panned out in real time. The Armada. Oh my God. I remember, folks, when this thing came out in 2015, people were all over this thing in the West. Oh my God, the Russians didn't just catch up to America, they exceeded our abilities. Oh my God, an autonomous turret. Oh my God, they're going to upgrade the gun from a 125 millimeter to 150. Oh my God, and the cruising and encapsulated armored compartment in the front of the tank. Oh my God. And then it never got off the ground because they completely forgot that one, Russia has no technological industry inside of their country. So this thing's running off of all foreign equipment, like foreign electronics. So they only can produce these things when they don't have crippling sanctions put on them. And even still, it's really hard because these things are $5 million a pop. That's the equivalent of an Abrams and about another quarter of an Abrams in cost for a country that hardly even has a military budget. Like, and nobody even considered that. Like, like that's something crazy to me that doesn't go into weapons analysis from weapons analysts, is that they don't sit there and talk about external factors like this thing costs $5 million. This thing will never be developed in mass by the Russian army because it's too damn expensive. And that turned out to be the truth in 2024. They completely canceled the project because it was going way over budget, and they never saw an actual tank go into service, except for I think like 20 of the prototypes. And those were in some tank company at a training field in Kazan. And outside of that, none of them ever made it anywhere because it was just too damn expensive. And then on top of that, it was riddled with flaws. The gunner's sight never worked right. The turret would sometimes just break down and it wouldn't not work, meaning that every weapon system on the tank was inoperable. There was really no defenses that the tank had built in, say, against ATGMs like a trophy system from what we know. Trophy systems basically didn't exist on this thing. The armored compartment in the front was kind of cool, but it still only had the armor of, say, like a T-80's hull, so it still could be punched through by an ATGM and everyone inside would die in the process of that. The engine also broke down a good bit and was underpowered. The gun was never upgraded to the 150mm because they never found the money to develop a 150mm main gun, so they just kept the 125mm from the T-90s and the T-72s and the T-80s. So basically this thing was just a failure all around, and it was incredibly expensive. And nobody ever looked at that. Nobody ever looked at that at all. They just went, oh, it's modern and it has an autonomous turret, so it's way better than what we have in America. It's like, yeah, but what about all the other factors? And also its performance alone. Like, you can come up, folks, with like the fastest serial production car in the world in theory. And then when it gets into practice, the engine could explode in every single one of them after like 200 miles. And then it's the worst production car ever made. And people don't ever put that into consideration with weapons analysis. So I do thank you massively for the support, and I thank you for saying that we're better than mainstream. Like, that is one thing that I will say hands down we are better at. Like, the other YouTube channels, we get a run for our money, and some of them, I think, in my opinion, beat us sometimes. But on mainstream, I think everyone can beat mainstream these days. That's fairly easy. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
I tell you what, also another point is, speaking of weapons experts, like the real menace is the OSINT people. Like the OSINT people, I tell you, it's a very unforgiving world with the OSINT people. Like we're friends with a pretty good, decent number of them, actually. They follow us on Twitter and we follow them back and sort of use them as sources. But the thing is, like with the OSINT people, I don't know what it is, but there's like a strong desire to be right. And if someone, oh, God forbid, somebody makes a mistake, like if somebody puts out something that is even slightly off or, mistaken, and then have to remove it or delete it and then make a correction, oh, they are getting jumped. They are getting jumped, at least digitally, in the Twitter DMs. They're going to get it probably. So it's wild. Like the OSINT world, that's vicious. Like it's a dog-eat-dog world on Twitter and the OSINT stuff. So, but anyways, jumping into our next super chat, this one goes to Mark Ead, and Mark puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Mark, for that generous support once again, and we do appreciate that. He said, "Comes back, Wicked Wednesday." Take one from the chat, fellows, and LSA for New Zealand.
And thank you so much for the unbelievably massive support once again from Mark Ead in New Zealand. What a beautiful country down there. And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And we will, of course, take one from the chat in your honor, Mark Ead. And so, Matthew, what do we got from the live chat in honor of Mark Ead?
So from the live chat, we have a question here from Avari, who said, if the U.S. becomes engaged in the war, might the USN recommission the USS Nimitz?
I think that's probably unlikely because the USS Nimitz is pretty much, it's seeing its replacement coming around the corner soon in the form of the USS JFK or the John F. Kennedy. So I don't think they'll be recommissioning that anytime soon because the JFK is supposed to be entering sea trials in about the earlier part of this year, somewhere around March, and then it's going to be commissioned sometime in very early 2027. So the Nimitz is going to be replaced in military senses and naval senses fairly quickly once it's decommissioned, which is already in the process of doing right now. So I would say it's probably not going to be recommissioned. It'll probably be mothballed for a while, and then if we need it, we can pull it back out of the mothball fleet and then get it running again. That's probably what we'll end up doing. So I hope that does address that with that question. Very interesting question. I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, Marquis, and we wouldn't be able to answer a live chat question. Also, I do have to say, folks, this is one thing, folks, that really irks me a lot. The USS Nimitz was the first Nimitz-class supercarrier in the world. It's the literal namesake of the class. The U.S. Navy and also the U.S. government has absolutely no intention of preserving any of our aircraft carriers. All of them are slated to be scrapped. The Enterprise actually was scrapped a good while ago, and the USS Nimitz will eventually be scrapped as well, which I think is an absolute travesty, because this aircraft carrier is truly, bar none, the best aircraft carrier class that has ever been made in history. It is basically the dreadnought class of aircraft carriers, and it's such a shame to think that nobody in the future will ever be able to really look at one of these or walk around them. They'll just have to look at pictures of them and think about what they were like, because the Enterprise was special in itself. It was a standalone class, the only one of its type. That was really cool in its own sense. But the Nimitz class is truly the most prolific aircraft carrier design ever built in our modern age, post-World War II. And also on top of that, it is the aircraft carrier that's basically defined the entire modern age. It's such a shame to think it won't be turned into a museum ship. It's a travesty, really. I hate to hear it. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. It just irks me, folks. And also the reason why they say it can't be a museum ship is because of national security reasons, because, you know, spies could get on board and get a pretty decent understanding of how a Gerald R. Ford class or any future carriers would work, which I get. But at the same time, it's just such a shame to think that they won't be around to be used as museum ships. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here goes to Tripod, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Tripod, as well, for that support. They said, with all the tensions that are in the world and more than likely much more conflict on the horizon, it might be a mistake to have started decommissioning the Nimitz carrier.
Not really. It's not too much of a issue, really, because the Nimitz is quite old. Like, let me show you how old this thing really is. Because it is ancient by naval terms. This thing has been in commission since 1975. So as of this year, it's actually 51 years old in terms of its service life. A whole life for a usual ship is somewhere around 40 years. So the fact that this thing is a 51-year-old aircraft carrier that's finally getting decommissioned, it pretty much is well past its service life at this point by about 10 years. So I would say that it's not a really tragic thing that is getting decommissioned. I mean, honestly, we do have to make room to replace it, and it is going to be replaced by the USS John F. Kennedy. And let me go show you all that, because it's not like it's going to be replaced by a slacker. This thing is going to be quite impressive. Let me see here. This is the only picture they have of it, actually. But this is the second of the Gerald R. Ford class, which is going to be the USS John F. Kennedy. And it is literally going to be near a direct replica of the USS Gerald R. Ford in almost every way, with some improvements learned off of using the first of its class in service. So it's not going to be replaced by anything that's lesser than a Nimitz. It's actually going to be replaced by something that's a little bit better than it. So I would say that it's probably not a bad thing that we're getting rid of it, because it'd be a lot better to have a brand new and highly operational version of an aircraft carrier in service replacing a 51-year-old aircraft carrier. It's honestly kind of crazy, folks, when you think about it. The Nimitz class aircraft carrier went into service 2 years after the U.S. Pulled out of the Vietnam War. That's how long this thing has been around. This thing was around for, let's see, it would have been Gerald R. Ford to be president, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, which is baby Bush, and then Obama, and then Trump, and then Biden, and then Trump. It's been in service that long that it's gone through that many presidents and that many terms. I mean, that is an insanely long time for a ship to be in service. Wildly long. Like, there's literally no other ship except for the Nimitz classes that have been in service with the Navy that long. Like, all of the destroyers that were in service back in the day when this thing went into service, none of them are even commissioned in the U.S. Navy anymore. All of the Adams class, all of the Knox class, they're gone, like long gone. They were replaced by the early Burke like 25 and 30 years ago, and yet this thing still is around. I mean, it's a fairly old one. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, I hope that answers the question. At least in my opinion, I don't think it's a bad thing really, but I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And moving into our next one, this one goes to Gabby White, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Gabby, for that support. They said, I think they forgot about the Carrier Strike Group until they listened to the stream yesterday. I don't know what was up with that, to be honest with you, because we were mentioning that the whole time. There were supposed experts, and I'm not trying to insult everybody that actually is an expert. There actually are military experts that have literally dedicated their life to memorizing everything, studying strategy. Some of them have been to war college. There are real experts out there, but there's also a group of people that call themselves experts, and they say stuff wrong all the time. So there was people I was arguing with that were saying, "Oh, you don't need an aircraft carrier to strike Iran. We'll be fine with minimal forces there to protect our bases." It's like, are you insane? It's like, what if Iran has restocked their missiles, bigger and higher numbers than what they had during the 12-day war? Israel was getting overwhelmed, and they're a very strong air defense power. The U.S. bases were also having to struggle to fight off these missiles as well. So why would you not want to have overwhelming firepower? And the U.S. might have just maybe realized it would be a major strategic mistake to go in without the Carrier Strike Group, and that might be why they're so late in calling it in to the region. So they definitely needed it, and it's a good thing they're bringing it in, but it'll probably arrive a little late. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that it's probably the case they just completely forgot about that, because isn't it kind of bizarre that there is no carrier in the region? And that's usually a big part of military operations in the Middle East, is that we usually have a carrier strike group or two present. We even had two carrier strike groups present just to bomb the Houthis, and they basically pose no threat to the U.S. As far as our military capabilities, we still had two carrier strike groups present for that. Why in the world would we not have a single one there for Iran? That would just make no tactical sense, strategic sense, any sense for that matter. And people who say, this is something, folks, that I have to say. There are people out there who are military experts, and then they say, well, we could easily do a military operation without carriers. And yeah, we could if everything goes perfectly. What if everything goes wrong? There's always a chance.
Yeah, what if it goes wrong? I mean, imagine that, like you're saying. If it goes wrong, you're a week out from getting rescued. You'll be screwed by the time that thing shows up. Like, there is no margin of error with that. Like, you can't afford to have a week delay if you're getting attacked today. You can't afford that. So, I mean, it's such an obvious conclusion with that. You have to have the aircraft carrier there. They've ultimately, I think, made the right conclusion, and we'll find out the attack before it arrives or not. But they've made the right conclusion to bring it. But it should have already been on the way. Like, because they have intelligence before we get it. We hear about things probably about 24 hours later. They have it earlier. So they could have already recalled this aircraft carrier to the Middle East if they wanted to, but they chose to wait a really long time. That either indicates they didn't make a good choice and they did this late because they had to fix the error, or number two, they weren't sure if they were going to strike Iran until today.
Yeah, I mean, it's really something else. I can't believe that that was this long to see one even ordered into the area. And in military terms, if you're in the middle of a war, something being like 5 days out basically isn't never going to arrive, because you're going to be dead before it arrives. So I don't even here's the thing, folks. Here's like a hypothetical scenario, and this is how the military actually plans. If you're going to say it, like someone's about to say, well, you've never served. No, but I've read history books, and I've also read the actual transcripts and books of generals like Schwarzkopf who were around and actually did command forces. So generally got a decent understanding based off of their shared knowledge that they share with the public when they write their books and such. So if we do that, like if we conduct a strike against Iran, what if for some reason, just out of the blue, they have like 150 transport erector launchers? They got like 100 extra of them in between the last time that this all happened in June of 2024 and right now. So we sit there and we go, oh, we'll be fine. Last time at best they were able to fire off like 70 missiles at a time. We can deal with that without the carrier present. And then they fire 150 missiles at all U.S. bases in the region. Well, we're just effed. Everyone down there is going to be praying that they don't die. We're going to end up taking dozens, maybe even hundreds of fatalities and casualties over that night. That's why you don't do that. That's why you don't just go, I think it's sufficient. We never have worked off of that in America. Never. Never in any war. When we went into D-Day, folks, we didn't just sit there and go, the landing force, it seems kind of sufficient. No, D-Day was the largest amphibious operation in the history of the world. It still is. Because we meant we were not going to be overpowered in this landing. We are going to obliterate every German position on that beach, and we're going to make sure that there is enough waves of troops that we will just get through just by superior firepower and superior numbers alone. And we did. And they had no clue what was happening until it was too late. That's how we did that operation. When we did the Gulf War, we built up a force that was large enough, and then an air campaign that was large enough, that by the time the U.S. Army stepped a foot over across the Iraqi border, the Republican Guard was surrendering in droves because they were just sick and tired of being bombed every day, and they hadn't been supplied in months because every supply convoy had been obliterated on the highway to them. That's how we do it. Like we never just sit there and go, it's kind of sufficient. That's how you get people killed at the end of the day. You got to make sure that you're overpowering someone by massive margins. I mean, like that's literally offensive doctrine. Like that is offensive doctrine and defensive doctrine. If your attacker has one soldier for every one of your three defenders, they can't even conduct an attack. If you have three attackers for every one of their soldiers, you finally have the overwhelming numbers to be able to conduct an offensive, but that's not even ideal. An ideal attacker's advantage would be a 5-to-1 attacker's advantage in reality. So I don't know why people are like, we pretty much have a 1-to-1 ratio with the Iranians right now, so that's fine. It's like, no, that's not fine. Like, nobody works off of that. Nobody does. Not even the Chinese. The Chinese work off of a 5-to-1 offensive advantage. If they don't have that number, they don't conduct an offensive according to their own doctrine. So it's like, I don't know why in the world anyone would go, yeah, that's fine. It's like, we will get American soldiers killed doing that. It's just not a smart thing to do. But I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Dr. X Pepper, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Pepper, for that support. They said, I think Israel will kick it off in Iran to keep the fire going while the strike group gets in place, and also believe the carrier groups on maintenance are responsible for resupply, upfit, and repairs for a potential conflict. I would actually have to disagree with you on that, actually. First of all, thank you for the support. But Israel needs that carrier strike group as bad as the U.S. bases need it. Because last time they found out that Israel's Iron Dome system and also their David Sling system, which are their air defense duo, and also they have a couple others, I think, too. But that duo got overwhelmed. As good as that system is, with all those cheap drones that Iran fired at it, it got overwhelmed and stuff was getting through, and it was actually doing some damage on the ground side of Israel. So I would say Israel ultimately won that exchange during the 12-day war, but they were also taking some blows, which wasn't good either. So they need that carrier group there to be able to help Israel in case they get overwhelmed like that. Because I think Iran probably has learned from that, and they're probably going to go harder this time with the overwhelming strategy. But Enforcer, what say you?
If I remember correctly, we had the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower down in the Arabian Sea, and then I think we had the USS Harry S. Truman in the Mediterranean near to Israel with its whole carrier strike group, and then a couple of destroyers just hanging out near the Israeli coast. And then we had THAAD battery in Israel, and then we also had a load of Patriots around Israel, and then we also had the entire Jordanian air and ground air defense forces involved, and we also had the whole U.S. Air Force involved. And even still, a lot of missiles made it through. And people these days, because history is always revisionist after something happens, people these days say that Israel shot down every missile. We were here covering the news live when that was happening. Israel was not shooting down a lot of missiles. Not that many of them, to be entirely honest. And it was kind of getting a little bit concerning because there were missiles hitting Nevatim, there were missiles hitting Haifa, there was missiles hitting Tel Aviv. I mean, they even had an Iranian missile literally splash right down onto the Israeli Defense Force Ministry Defense Headquarters building in Tel Aviv. And I remember looking at the damage of it. The building had all of its windows blown out. And I was like, damn. I was like, their air defense is just not really working at this point. They're either running out of interceptors or they're just not able to intercept all of them because they're getting overwhelmed, one or the other. But they need that. Like, everybody needs as much air defense as possible in the area. If you don't have air defense in the modern day, you're screwed. Like greatest example of that is Russia. Russia has no air defense, and they get screwed every day of the week by the Ukrainians. And the Ukrainians are hardly a nation in terms against Russia in number, economically or militarily, and yet because the Russians have no air defense, their Achilles heel is exploited every day of the week. So we have to have insane numbers of interceptors and also target acquisition systems inside of the Middle East. Those are basically the targeting radars for the air defenses. Because if we don't have those, the Iranians will overwhelm someone, either U.S. forces or Israel itself, and that won't end up well for anyone. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support. But we definitely need to have naval assets in that area. Destroyers at a minimum, carrier strike groups are the ideal. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, to the fellow saying that Israel's air defense is top notch, their air defense is top notch, but it's not infallible, though. We both watched it live, and also our entire audience watched it live, the footage coming out. They were taking blows left and right. So just because their air defense is good doesn't mean it can't be overwhelmed, and it was overwhelmed last time. So that's why we're saying the carrier would be a huge help. But jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Racer Jake, who puts in a $50 support, and a huge shout to you, Racer Jake, for throwing in the crazy support last night, and once again tonight. We do appreciate that. He said, hey there, and can we take a second and talk about Alexandria? Nobody ever talks about that place, and let's zoom in and check it out, and nobody ever talks about it, so let's check it out.
Alexandria, you mean the ancient city of Alexandria with the Alexandria Library, or at least the mythically alleged Library of Alexandria? It's a fairly interesting place. I actually don't know a lot about Alexandria, but it does look pretty interesting. It's like a coastal city for Egypt. I mean, look at it. You know, it's a coastal city of Egypt. It's quite.
Oh my goodness, it's a little bit iffy on the water right here, but you know, maybe it looks better inland.
I
That looks
mean,
better.
yeah, I didn't look that iffy to me, old boy. I mean, it just looked like a city. But I mean, honestly, it doesn't look that bad. I mean, honestly, it looks pretty touristy. It looks better than Cairo. I'll say that. Cairo looks like hell. But I think it's rather interesting, really. But you know, an interesting place is Port Said, which is at the entrance of the Suez Canal. I just find the city so interesting because it's a literal port city. That's basically its only function. And it is a really interesting place. I mean, it looks like it's got some money in it because it's, you know, at the mouth of the Suez, and every ship that passes through might take a stop here for a little bit to either offload something. And it's basically just a container storage site and relocation site. So if a ship's passing through and it's taking containers with it that it doesn't really need to take for the whole voyage, they'll drop them off here, and another ship going another way will pick them up. So it's basically like a big distribution warehouse, but really cool city as well here. Honestly, a lot of the Egyptian coastal cities are pretty neat. But I have seen YouTube videos of people traveling to Egypt on trips and going to Cairo, and I will be honest with y'all, I have absolutely no interest in going to Cairo in my life. Cairo's a rough place.
Yeah, I have a problem with the whole entry process to Egypt. Like the border control in Egypt is very, very strict, depending on who you are going to Egypt. I've seen people, even like well-known YouTubers, they're going there just to film videos like for food reviews. They'll even mention that the border control can be a little bit of a tricky situation sometimes. Sometimes it gets ugly, sometimes it goes smoothly. That whole situation alone would probably deter me from going to Egypt entirely, just for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame, folks, because I really would like to go to Egypt and check out all the historic sites. But then also, another big thing is that there is a load. I mean, like, you know, India gets a reputation for having scammers throughout their country because travel videos these days show that basically every city block in India has a scammer on it trying to scam you for money somehow, some way. Egypt is very similar to that. Like, they have a very large scam culture revolving around scamming tourists. And then, if you try and go to any police and tell them about getting scammed, then the police try and scam you. So it's like, that's a tough one right there. Like, honestly, Cairo is a rough place. But I would like to go to the Egyptian coastal cities. It would be cool. I just think that they need to do a little bit more in terms of stabilizing the government and weeding out corruption for me to go there, because everyone else that I've seen that's gone there on YouTube, they have not had an easy time in any way, whether it's the authorities or whether it's the locals trying to scam them. It's pretty rough, really. But anyways, with that, also, I saw someone say Egypt was great 50 years ago. I've heard that. I've heard that apparently Egypt has kind of gone down. I think from what I've heard, Egypt went down after that attempted coup. I think it was in 2012. It was during the rest of the Arab Spring. And after that, that's when they really went downhill to what they are today. But before that, I've always heard that they were a pretty top-notch place to go, and it was always cool, and it was a neat trip, and it was a great time and everything. But nowadays, it's just not the case. I think that coup kind of send some stuff topsy-turvy in Egypt, and it's still like that, and that's why it looks like that these days when people try to go there. But anyways, a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And let us take a little bit of a look at Alexandria in Egypt, an interesting city. And a huge thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Dr. Pepper once again, who simply said LSA this time, and thank you very much, Dr. Pepper, for that second support of the night. We do appreciate that. And while we're at it, while speaking of Dr. Pepper's 20, we also have a 20 from Stephen Healthman, and thank you very much, Stephen, as well, for that 20, and we appreciate the both of you. But Enforcer, what say you?
And we thank the both of y'all for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And to both of y'all, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And so a huge thanks to both of y'all once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Steve. And Steve put in a $20 support, and he said, thanks for being both pro-American and no nonsense.
And thank you so much for the support. And we always put America at the forefront of our discussions and analysis, because if we wouldn't be patriots if we didn't. And I got to thank you massively for the support and enjoying our coverage, because folks like you help us to make this thing possible and help us to be able to have a no-nonsense approach to news coverage. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Jack. And Jack said, America is democracy manifest. Let the people speak in November. Still have some faith in your choices. Get your hands off my choices. This is the man that touched me on the choices here, people. Oh,
get your hands off my voting machine. This is the bloke who touched me on the voting machine, people. Oh! That's a funny on that. I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will have to see. That's for sure. We'll have to see. Because who knows? Who knows? These days in America, it's a very interesting time to say the least. So we'll just have to take it by ear. But I hope that the U.S. public, for foreign policy reasons, is getting fed up, and I think that they might be, because I'll tell you this: you can literally go watch our show last year. It's not even like I'm lying about this. We had a lot of good hope and faith that things were going to turn out decently at the beginning of this whole ordeal last year. At this point, folks, I've run out of patience. It's not going to get any better. It's just going to be stupidity. So that's my statement on that. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
and a big shout out to Cruder Dragon, who put in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Cruder, for that support once again. And they said, I'm going to be honest. If Greenland is under threat, then wouldn't that mean that we have worse things going on, like Russia getting past Alaska? And wouldn't that make us no better than Russia or China wanting Ukraine and Taiwan? And that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying as well. That's the point I was making earlier. If we're to the point where Russia is invading Europe and then also trying to take Greenland, I mean, that should be an Article 5 situation. So we wouldn't have to worry about who owns Greenland. We should be showing up to defend it, because Article 5 at that point would be in effect and also activated. So, I mean, unless, like I was saying earlier, unless we're planning on backing out of Article 5 commitments, then why is it so imperative to have Greenland under exclusive U.S. control? That's the part I don't understand. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with Enforcer Man on that. It makes no sense. We would be no better than our enemies at that point. And how in the world could we argue that China doesn't have a right to take Taiwan and Russia doesn't have a right to take Ukraine, when we basically go around at this point saying we'll take whatever we want, and we don't even have a historical land claim to it. It's not like Greenland was ever the U.S.'s possession at one point. Historically, ever. Like, and then the president said, in World War II, we had to occupy Greenland. It's like, well, Denmark had fallen. Like, Denmark had fallen to Nazi Germany at that point, and then we got involved in the war, and the British went up and occupied Iceland, and then we went up and occupied Greenland, so the Germans couldn't invade it. But that was in the war. That wasn't anything that we just did normally. It's like hell, with the Russians, they claim, like, and this is what's crazy, folks, with the Russians, they claim that Ukraine was once a part of their country, and that's why they are owed to have it again. And that's a stupid claim, but that still makes some sense compared to we're taking Greenland just cause. We don't even have a historical land claim to where the U.S. even controlled that land at any point in our history. China says that Taiwan is what is it? What is the exact word? Is an inalienable part of China, and technically, I mean, they're not necessarily wrong, because Taiwan always has been a part of China historically, whether it be the Qing dynasty or any other dynasty that came before. Taiwan was generally mostly always a part of China. So there is at least some argument to be had there that Taiwan is just a different nation, a different Chinese nation on the island of Taiwan. So it's, just a different form of China, and it's still an ongoing civil war. So at least there's like some sort of historical argument there to where it all kind of intertwines, where you can see that why Taiwan and China are going at each other and have odds with each other. Like, that kind of makes sense. But then with the United States, with Greenland, it's not that the U.S. once controlled Greenland and now we don't, we want it back. It's just we never controlled it, we never had it, but Denmark doesn't have a right to have it, because although everyone living in Greenland is a Danish descendant, and or some form of a native that lived in Greenland beforehand, they don't have a right to, because they just sailed over on a boat and it just came into being one day 500 years ago. And it's like, that's such
It's just a ruckus. It's just a ruckus. It's a headline generating machine is what this is here. It's all it is. I don't think there's anything to it. It's a bunch of hot air. It's just headlines. It's stuff to keep people talking. Honestly, I think the goal of it is to simply get people talking about it, like we're doing right now. And you kind of have to talk about it. It's not like we're choosing not to for whatever reason. You have to talk about it because it's the biggest country on the planet with the biggest force. Talking about invading Greenland. So they kind of worked that out just right. You can't avoid talking about it, but at the same time, though, we know it's just a hot air likely, but. It's just so nasty. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Me either. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from My Trucking Travels yet again, the second super chat of the night. And thank you very much, good sir, for that second super chat. We do appreciate that. He said, explain the Leaf Spring Army to the newcomers, please. I've only been listening to y'all for about 6 weeks. And he said, but I've never understood what the Leaf Spring Army is really about.
And the Leaf Spring Army is the community of our channel. And I'm sure the chat's about to get flooded with LSAs from all the folks who are a part of the LSA. But the LSA is the community of the channel. It has a flag and it has an anthem. The anthem is actually the first song that plays in our intro every night. And the flag is that one that's blue with a white eagle with a gold leaf spring on it. Basically, the LSA is a pro-Western, pro-American sort of a community that generally puts American interest first and removes itself from being a political group. Like, for example, when I say political group, that doesn't mean that we won't call a spade and say that something's good or something's stupid. But it does say that we don't lean right or left. Like, that's the thing that I mean by that. We just call it for what it is and speak on American interests. And generally, we try it, like, we lay out the enforcer and me, the enforcer, and then enforcer man. We lay out what is within American interest through the analysis of stuff that we say on the show. So the LSA is generally that. That's probably the best way to explain it. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And let's jump into our next one, which goes to Racer Jake yet again, who puts in a $100 support. He put in a double of the same question, and we appreciate that very generous support once again. And Racer Jake said, it's not stupid, it's America first. There's so many natural resources there in Greenland that we need, and it's just sitting idle, and all the history of China lives in Taiwan, the Chinese Republic. But the catch is, though, Racer Jake, here's the catch, though. If we want those natural resources, there's a simple way to get them. All we have to do is come to an agreement with Denmark to get those resources. Now, of course, we will have to properly compensate them for it, but that's just the nature of doing business, and being a country which respects sovereignty is doing things like that. We have to pay them for what they have. It's Greenland's sovereign territory, it's their minerals, and if they have them, we have to pay them to take them. That's just the way it has to work. If we went in and just stole them, then we'd be no different than Russia or China at that point. So really, what are we fighting against? We should just go ahead and become part of Russia and China at that point. So that's the difference. That's the difference in my opinion. But thank you for the support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you for the support, but I'd have to generally disagree on that, because I don't think that anybody in the country can disagree that putting America's interests first and foremost is the best action that the U.S. government can make, because that's putting the citizenry ahead and foremost in the decision-making process. But that is not the case when it comes to Greenland, because that's looking at it from a very two-dimensional perspective, when there is a four-dimensional and three-dimensional world going on around us. If we take Greenland, we piss off the Europeans. And if we piss off the Europeans, we are now threatening $1 trillion trade market. No amount of rare earths or any form of minerals that can be extracted out of Greenland is worth anything along the lines of $1 trillion a year. There's no such thing. Mining efforts in the state of Utah, which is one of the biggest states in terms of mining volume in the United States of America, it only accounts for about $34 billion annually in the state, which is, I think, somewhere around like, now let me think, what is it? It's something like 7% of the state's, well, actually, I think it's more like 2% of the state's GDP. So basically non-existent. What doesn't really make any sense about that is that we would be trading, say, about $1 trillion trade market value with the Europeans for about $50 billion worth of rare earths that come out of Greenland that we still can't even refine in the United States of America. So then we have to take that stuff and still ship it to China to have them refine it and then ship it back. So we are still in the same creek that we are right now. It's just that we're sending a larger amount of rare earths to China to refine out of the United States directly. But we're not making any money off of that. As a matter of fact, if you average them, well, if you do the math, we're still out about $930 billion of trade annually at that point and bleeding that every year because we've completely pissed off the Europeans and they want nothing to do with us and they're just shifting towards the Chinese. So that wouldn't really be within our interests. On top of that, if we piss off the Europeans, not only would that be the case, but we would also see that we would lose any way to get to the Middle East, which is the only free oil that flows in the whole world. Russia and America are the largest oil producers on the globe, outside of the Middle East. Everyone else is in the Middle East. So if we lose our way to flying in the Middle East, that means we're basically opening that up into a power vacuum to where the Chinese can just sail right in and create their own security assurance sphere. And now we only control a third of the oil produced in the world instead of 2/3, considering the security assurance sphere we have in the Middle East. So that doesn't really math out when you look at that, because putting America first would be making sure that we keep good relations with the Europeans and we keep making sure that we can have direct access to the Middle East via Europe. That would be putting American interests first and putting us in the best position. Going and taking Greenland puts us in the worst position possible out of everything that we could do right now in those possible scenarios. So I hope that addresses that the best I can. I do thank you massively for the support, but when it comes to analysis on the channel, like, I know that it's like vogue to listen to like a Democrat or a Republican and have them say what makes sense, but they really don't know a lot of what's up themselves. They just kind of toe the line. Like, if the president says that tomorrow, like, hypothetically, it would be a great thing to just nuke California, you know, a lot of Republicans are going to say that that makes a lot of sense, but in reality, that makes absolutely no sense. So, you know, that's just, and also vice versa for the Democrats. If a Democrat got into office and said it would be best to just split the United States into two independent countries, Democrats would be saying that makes a great idea. To everyone else that wasn't a Democrat or wasn't drinking their Kool-Aid, it would be a bad idea. So, you know, that would be my 2 cents on it. But I do thank you for the massive support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, Racer Jake threw in a second super chat. He put in a 50 this time. He said, okay, we could all trade to Europe and blah, 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 but how much is Greenland worth? And do you get it now? But Racer Jake, I think here's the problem, though. I think here's the disconnect. You're looking at it in purely financial terms, which, you know, I think that's the way the U.S. administration looks at it, which is, I think, where the disconnect's coming into play. You got to look at it from an organization perspective, meaning NATO. You have to look at it from that perspective. Is Greenland worth destroying NATO? NATO being the most powerful military alliance on the planet, like we've never seen before in history. Is taking Greenland worth destroying that alliance? And I would say the answer, in my opinion, is clearly no. It doesn't matter what Greenland costs or what it's worth. Destroying NATO, it's not worth it to take Greenland. Absolutely not. And it's going to destroy NATO. I don't think Europe's bluffing on that. Why would Europe want to stay allied with us if we're invading their territory? That's why they're not allied with Russia. So, you know, that's the part there. I think that's the disconnect. But Enforcer, what say you?
Also, Greenland isn't worth a whole lot. Like, you know, like it's a frozen wasteland. That's why it's never turned into anything. If it was worth anything, it would be something right now. The reason why there's nobody living there and there's nothing going on there is because it's so hard to do anything. I mean, look at an average town in Greenland and look at how easy it is to live there. Let me see if I can even find you one of the larger towns. Let's see here. There's a larger town, here it is, Nuuk. This is one of the largest towns in Greenland. It's not even that big. This is what it looks like. This is the best that Greenland can turn into. Like no joke. Everyone has tried everything to turn Greenland into something. It is such an inhospitable territory, a hostile place to people. There's really no way to turn this into anything of worth. There's no way at all. So you like people can talk about all of the rare earths and such. Don't you think that the Danish and the and the government of Greenland, the territorial government of Greenland, would have already exploited all of those rare earths if it was really easy to do, considering how much money people say that it's worth, like you're saying? They would have. Everyone in the world would have. Nobody passes up in a capitalist economic system an economic opportunity. Like that would just be absolutely stupid. And so there's the reason why there's hardly any economic development in Greenland is because it's an inhospitable territory covered in a mile-thick sheet of ice. And generally, if there isn't a mile-thick sheet of ice covering something, then it's basically impossible to live there because if the electricity turns off or if the heating turns off, you freeze to death generally in a couple of minutes. So that's generally one of the main reasons why I don't say that's worth anything. Because what you're saying is that a island that is covered in ice and snow with about 40,000 people on it that produces nothing economically and probably never will is more valuable than $1 trillion trade that we have with Europe, and not only that, being allied to the only military power in the world that even comes close to what the United States is capable of doing. There's no way to make that sound like it would make sense, and then also cutting ourselves off from ever making it back to the Middle East. We're literally losing out of the 3 areas of the world that's not North America, which would be Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia. In this scenario, taking Greenland, we lose 2 out of those 3 major regions overnight, basically. So how in the world would that benefit us? And also on top of that, if that would benefit us, then why like I just don't even get how in the world to argue that at that point, because if taking Greenland is beneficial to us to that point that it's worth sacrificing our access to the Middle East and also our allies in Europe, why in the world would it be in China's interest, say, like we've been seeing, for China to keep on trying to chum up to the Europeans and also chum up to the countries in the Middle East? Because if they were such a drain on us, the Europeans, they were just weak little limp noodles that didn't amount to anything, why in the world did the Chinese want to grow economic relations with the Europeans so badly? Why in the world would they want to take on that burden and get robbed blind like we are? And why in the world would they want to also basically be in forever wars in the Middle East at some point in the future? It's because there's significant value to be had in that. Like, outside of the false arguments that are made about those 2 regions, there's significant value to be had in having control in a general allyship with those 2 regions. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from none other than Robert Betancourt. And thank you very much, Robert, for that 20. He said, if you hide in your foxhole, and that is currently what the USA wants you to do right now, is just to be quiet. I think that's what he's trying to say there.
I mean, possibly. At this point, I wouldn't really doubt that too much. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Gerald Everett, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Gerald, for that support. He said, I think we have to consider the possibility. Sadly, we can't consider that possibility on the air right there. We can't do that because it might get us into some trouble if we were to do that. But thank you very much, Gerald, for that support right there. And basically, what he's saying here is he questions the motives for why the U.S. is turning against NATO and, not really doing things to strengthen it. Instead, they seem to be doing things to weaken it.
I'll be honest. It's literally for this reason. I'll just be upfront. It's because in America, because a lot of people in America don't travel abroad, there's this whole propaganda thing that's been pushed by the Chinese and the Russians that Europe is weak and it's feeble and it's dying. That's literally the reason why. Most Americans don't travel to Europe, and the ones who do, the few who have, which are in the administration, just say whatever they want about it, although they vacation there. Like, one thing that I find really funny, folks, like, this is the funniest thing to me, is that the current Vice President of the United States calls the Europeans weak and stupid and useless and pointless, and there's nothing of value in Europe. But when he was nominated for the Vice President position by the current president in the 2024 election, he was notified of that, when, if I remember correctly, while he was in Germany on vacation with a best friend. So while they're saying that Europe is completely useless and pointless and weak, and there's no point in even talking about them or doing anything with them, the vice president was literally on vacation in Europe because he liked the place, and was then notified that he had been nominated by the president to be his vice president in the running for the election. And that kind of says everything that you need to know. Like, it's like, how, like, what type of double speak's going on here? It's a great enough place to take a vacation, but then it's not a great enough place to be an ally. Like, I wouldn't take a vacation to China and Russia, and I also wouldn't want the United States to be an ally of China and Russia. I would take a vacation to Europe, however, because it's a stable enough place, it's a nice enough place, and it's an economically successful enough place, and a safe enough place to make that make sense. And I just don't really understand what the whole logic is here, in between trying to sow a division between our greatest allies on the planet, which are the Europeans. The only other group that comes close would be everyone in East Asia, for no reason, for an island that is practically useless by every measure, and we already have a military base there. Because someone said, maybe it's so we can build a big military base. News flash, we already have one there. It's at Patufic, right here. There it is. This is our big military base in Greenland.
Patufic. Look at that. It's Patufic.
I know some people who've been around the block here, and it's a pretty big base. Like, of all things considered, for what Greenland can support, that's pretty damn big. So with that, I hope that
that's the only way we can see the missiles being fired from Russia. By the way, if Russia fires the missiles over the Arctic, Patufic is the only way that we'll know that they got fired. By the way, that's how important Patufic is.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of people don't really know all the big things that we already do in Greenland. And that's because a lot of people who are getting involved in this discussion, and I don't mean to disparage every time I say this, but a lot of people who do get involved in these discussions don't really do any research. They just hear the president say, we need to put military forces there, and they don't do any research to know they're already there. And that's, it's something crazy, folks, because it's like, if Russia or China invaded and annexed Greenland, they would eventually have to shoot at those U.S. forces at Patufic, which would get us directly involved in that war, whether we wanted to be or not, because they would also have to push us off of Greenland to take it. It's like, people don't really get that. It's like, we wouldn't even need Article 5 at that point. They would have to directly attack U.S. forces anyways, which would pull us into that war nonetheless.
We might invoke Article 15.
Destruction of government property. like, oh, damn.
Article 15, I tell you what. They'll pull out articles you never even heard of before.
Man, I'll tell you, they'll whip out all kinds of crazy stuff. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And also another thing, folks, I got to say, some people are like, I'm so tired of hearing about that Europe is weak and feeble crap. I'm really tired of hearing about it as well. Because people say, oh, look, Europe is so weak and feeble because in Britain there's protests going on, and in France there's protests going on, and in Germany there's protests going on. It's like, yeah, I guess completely different than our adversaries like Iran, where the protests go on and they kill 20,000 people, and different than Russia, where someone can write a bad article about the Russian government and they end up dead in a playground with 2 bullets in the back of their head. Or in China, where people literally just disappear if they say anything critical of the government. Yeah, like those countries that are clearly strong and prosperous. But if you ever even say anything about the reality of the situation in the country, you usually end up getting killed. You don't even have an ability to complain. You just end up dead one day. It's like I guess that's very different. Those countries are strong and they're successful because everyone who complains just gets killed out of the blue. Like, here in the West, it's different because we actually allow people to complain because they want to see things that maybe are done for the better in one way or another. And they don't want to just sit down and take it, while they're laying on the ground. The best way to put it. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Blind Man, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Blind Man, for that support as well. He said, I found a train for you, the Shinen Zeppelin.
Let me go pull that thing.
That sounds like some Wonder Waffa train on rails type thing.
Oh, it is. It's the propeller-driven high-speed train thing that Germany made before World War II.
Honestly, it seems kind of stupid.
It kind of is. I like you New York Central's attempt at this better. Jet-powered train NYC. Because we did that in America a little bit later on, those in the 60s, but I just think it was cooler.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like either one of these. This is like some Looney Tunes type junk. I just prefer like a normal one.
But Matthew, I mean, you do have to say, I mean, what's cooler than taking the dual engine mount of a B-52 Stratofortress and just throwing it on top of a Bud interurban car? I mean, like, that's pretty baller. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that's actually pretty cool.
All the folks on the platform that weren't wanting to board this train has now just been cooked well done by the time this thing takes off. So I don't think it's a great idea.
And they also probably have tinnitus. Like, they probably also have that as well from the noise of that turbojet. But I mean, you know, that's a pretty cool one. But the China Zeppelin thing was actually a pretty neat sort of an idea. I think, let me see, what was his top speed? Does it say? Oh, it got up to about 120 miles per hour or so. Actually, no, it got up to about 150, I think, at its highest speed. So it was on up there. It was like high speed speeds, but kind of a little dangerous, honestly, because they didn't have the track construction technology back then that we had in the 60s when the Shinkansen came into being as the first real high-speed train. I mean, this was actually pretty questionable. Like, this thing could have just flown right off the tracks because the track construction just wasn't that thorough back then like we got in the 60s. But, I mean, still a really cool concept. Usually all the high-speed train concepts were really interesting in design, but not really practical for their era. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chris, Checkered Taxi, and thank you very much, Chris, for that $20 support. He said, y'all keep referring to our carrier battle groups, and what's your thought on our deficit in shipbuilding and the effects of it on our power projection?
It's an absolute failing of congressional procurement and funding for the Navy, which I've talked about a lot on the channel about how the Navy is woefully underfunded. The U.S. has not done anything to try and financially support or subsidize the operation of a large construction docks inside the United States of America for shipbuilding purposes, and it really is showing because we basically only have a very small handful that can produce large ships these days, and it's in a very limited number. Basically, all the large shipbuilders left in the world at this point are in East Asia, which would be Japan, South Korea, and China. Meaning that we would have to keep significant relations with the South Koreans and the Chinese to see, well, the South Koreans and the Japanese to see any large shipbuilding done civilly and even possibly militarily in the future. And I think it's just an absolute loss. I mean, if anything, if we saw that if those companies were going under back in the day, the Congress should have had those dockyards nationalized, and we should have run them as an extension of the Navy, or the Merchant Marine, which would have made a lot of sense. But we really didn't do that. So right now we're having to work with incredibly limited ship-making abilities domestically within the United States, which isn't going to be doing us too well in the future. That's why I would say that if anything should be a funding priority for the U.S. right now, it shouldn't be the Air Force, it shouldn't be the Army, it should be the Navy, because the Navy is it's good for what it is, but it needs a lot of improvement to be able to still be the premier navy of the globe, and also to be able to have the shipbuilding abilities that if we get into a war, we'll be able to outproduce our enemies. Because if we can't outproduce them, we will lose that war eventually. So with that,
you know what they call the whole process of building like the cheap Chinese vessels. You know how they build so many. That's like the whole thing now. Everybody's like, oh, they've got a big navy over there in China. That navy is huge. They're building those ships fast. They got that manufacturing down pat. It's not called shipbuilding. It's called shit building because that's all they're building. It's just pure shit. It's just like pumping it out. It's just like doo-doo just coming off the production line. Hot steaming doo-doo just coming out there. And I will say though, sometimes hot steaming doo-doo actually does work because, like, for example, we were talking about Israel's air defense earlier. It was hot steaming doo-doo that actually defeated some of their systems during the 12-day war. It was a bunch of these cheap, nasty drones. They're like shoddily put together that ended up overwhelming their system. So sometimes if you have enough steaming hot doo-doo that you're able to toss, sometimes it actually does work sometimes. I think that's what China's strategy is going to be.
I think it probably is going to be the case. We probably still best them in an actual naval engagement, but if that naval engagement became drawn out for several years, they will eventually overpower us because we will never be able to replace our losses at the speed they'll replace theirs, which is a very big part of winning and fighting a war. So with that, I hope that it's addressed to the best I can. And I saw someone ask, well, why wouldn't we just outsource that to Finland or Poland or someone else? Well, the problem is that if a major war breaks out, those ships could be torpedoed and destroyed before they even make it to the United States to be crewed. Or we'd have to somehow send the entire crew of the ship over there and then go through sea trials and everything in another country and then try and prepare for war when it's not even in the United States, which would be very hard to do. For strategic purposes, it's best to have at least minimum supply chains and manufacturing abilities on the home front in every category. Otherwise, we're going to be doing quite poorly if a war breaks out. Not everything, because some stuff is just not possible to do, but we would need to be able to be competent in at least some major shipbuilding to be able to keep up in a war. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Daniel McConnell, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Daniel, for that $20 support. He said, long live the LSA. He said, I think taking the president at face value on the Greenland situation is wrong. He said, he's, in my opinion, doing the art of the deal thing and trying to get cheap minerals and oil. And in my opinion, he's bluffing. But the problem is, Daniel, in the process, though, I mean, that sounds like it could be plausible. Like, it sounds like it could be plausible. That's one solid theory there. But that's in a business setting. You can't do that in a diplomacy setting. You do that in a diplomacy setting, and you permanently ruin the alliance. Because once people believe that they've gotten threatened, which they have gotten threatened at this point, with possible taking of Greenland, which is basically the invasion and annexation of their territory, where's the trust? I mean, the trust is going to disappear. And if you don't have trust, you don't have an alliance at that point. So I don't think that was going to work. That may be what he's thinking, but that's not going to work. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I would agree with Enforcer Man on that. That just simply would not work in reality. And like analysis like that, it simplifies three-dimensional foreign policy and diplomacy into a two-dimensional, like in a binary input and output sort of an equation, which just isn't the case with foreign policy and diplomacy. It's very nuanced. It has a load of moving parts, and you just can't do this stuff with allies. You're going to sow seeds of distrust in them because, like, for example, if I came up to you, like if I knew you in person, let's say I came up to you and we had been great friends for years, and then I grab you by the collar one day and say, give me $10 or I'm going to beat you. And you're going to sit there and go, okay, here's the $10, but you're never going to trust me again after that. We might have been best friends for years up until that point, but if I do that once to you, you're not going to trust me again, and that's how a lot of national governments work. That's why you can't do it with them. I mean, sure, I just got $10 from you, but you're never going to trust me ever again for the rest of your life. And that's how that works, and that's why we're saying that's just not a good move. You're going to have a lot of people out there thinking like that about the United States, and those are our allies. Those are people we can't piss off, because if you piss off everyone in a room and you have no one left, you're on your own, and that's not a good position to be in. That's why people have friends in their own personal lives. That's why nations have allies. It's always good to have friends. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, real quick, I did run a poll earlier. I saw a couple of people in the live chat debating this. I was like, that would be an interesting question to ask, just out of curiosity. I said, would you go on a vacation to China if it was paid for, that is? I'm shocked. 61% said no, and 40% said yes. So me and the Enforcer cannot go to China, by the way. I wouldn't want to go anyway, but if we showed up in China, we'd probably be basically reporting for jail at that point. So we cannot go to China. I honestly had no desire to go there in the first place because I don't like to go to countries where communists are in charge of it. So I wasn't planning on going to it, but apparently a lot of people, at least 40%, would take a free vacation to China if it was paid. That's crazy work. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, I'd absolutely say no. I just wouldn't go to China. We would be humiliated by the National Police of China. They would take us into a little interrogation room and force us to say a whole bunch of stuff we wouldn't agree with, so that way we could just be deported out of the country, and then they humiliate us. I would not do that. So I would have to say, if I got an all-expenses paid trip to China, I'd say no. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Tripod, who said, oh, this is going to be a good one tonight.
Oh, it was. I hope it was a good one. I mean, we've gotten 202,000 views here, so I think a lot of people were looking forward to hearing the news tonight. I got to thank you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Rye Guy SR, who said, I got money on you-know-who, trying to rename one of those carriers when they're recommissioned, and take one from the chat, and LLT, LSA.
I'm sure it'll probably be, what is it, the John F. Kennedy and the current president aircraft carrier. It'll probably turn into that here in a little bit. That stuff is ridiculous. Like I don't think, and also, folks, people are going to take this as political. I could care less. I'll say what I want. But it's ridiculous how this guy's going around naming everything after himself as he's the president while he's still alive. No one else has been given that honor in U.S. history, except for George Washington. And that's because that was the founding of the country in the middle of the Revolutionary War, and they didn't have any ideas or historical figures to name anything after yet. But in the modern day, we never name anything after someone who's living or currently serving. It just doesn't happen. It's always called after a historical figure, either to that branch or a prior president, or maybe even a politician of some sort who was significant, like Henry Clay or someone else. But with that, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Hunter Rome, who put in that 10, of course, and said, do you know anything about the cellular outages today across major carriers? And honestly, we don't know anything. Like in factual information, we know very little. The people that were the providers, they have not given, at least as far as I've seen, a rational explanation or any explanation for what has taken place. I've seen some people speculating that they tried to push an update out and somehow it glitched and caused the major outage. Some people are saying it's a cyber attack. Me personally, I'm kind of leaning toward the idea it could be a cyber attack. That's what I'm leaning toward. That's just a guess, though. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's what I would say as well. I think it's largely a cyber attack, but to be entirely honest with you, Matthew would know a lot more about that category of news than I would. I'm not really a big one on cyber warfare news, or at least knowing enough about it to be able to talk about it with any decent amount of certainty. So I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, it was fascinating to see how people reacted to it because I was trying to see, I was like, okay, this is an interesting scenario because you always hear about, China trying to knock our cellular network offline or something like that in the event of war. You always hear about that. So I was curious. I'm like, how are the people that are being affected by the outage, how are they reacting to it? As far as I could tell and observe, it looked like one of the main responses was people were flooding to the cellular stores that were the providers for the cell service. It seems like they were flooding in there and trying to get tech support because they weren't sure what was happening. So it seemed like people freaked out to a large degree and went berserk because they couldn't use the phone. But it was largely a lot of anger about losing time that they had on their cell plan. I saw a lot of people complaining about the whole situation about their billing, about how they're getting billed for time that they weren't even getting use of from their cell phone. So it seems to me like people did go berserk. Not quite the panic I was expecting, but people did go berserk, though, at least based on what I saw.
And that's fairly interesting to hear. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Guamon, who puts in a 10. They said, how about using a submarine to conduct an attack? That's always an option.
You could, but that still would open us up to counterattack for our ground forces. So it's possible, but we would still suffer the consequences because we just don't have enough forces within the area. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to B. Justin, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Justin, for that 50. We appreciate that. He said, here's some cash toward the Enforcer's long pants, blue jeans fun and LSA.
Hey, and I still got to go get some blue jeans. I got to get some blue jeans, or as they call it in Latin American Spanish, vaqueros. I have to eventually get some. And hopefully I'll be able to get some here soon. Because today I couldn't because the little birdie said that Iran was going to get bombed today. So we were sitting around waiting for that. But it didn't happen. So I wasn't able to go and get the jeans. Honestly, I wasn't going to get them today. I was doing laundry, but I got to eventually get them, and I got to get a haircut. I got to do a lot, folks. I got to do a lot. We sit around waiting for stuff to happen so much these days because it's such an unpredictable time in the world. It's hard to get out and do much anything, and we've finally made it, folks, to the promised land. There's stuff to do here, and we can't even do it because now the world's too busy. So, it is what it is, I guess. But still, humongous thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and jumping into our next super chat, this one's going to go to none other. While I scroll up, I'm scrolling up, by the way, that's what I'm doing. This one goes to Hunter Rome once again, and he put in a 10. He said, the cellular outage today almost felt like a practice cyber attack by somebody.
Maybe it was. Who's to say? I got to say, very interesting observation, Hunter Rome, and we'll have to keep that in mind. But a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to I Am Real, who puts in a 10. They said, I'm working on a PowerPoint to disprove the Ukrainian bioweapon invasion excuse, and can anyone point me to some good sources or a good angle to approach on the subject? And actually, it's not about finding good sources. It's simply about asking the right question. And the big question that all you have to do, you can create one slide on that PowerPoint with the big bold question on it and says, where is the proof? Because there was never any proof of it. It was simply subjective anecdotes that Russia put out there. That was all there was, zero proof. So there's really nothing to disprove because there was no proof. So that's the big one. One slide can fix that one up. But Enforcer, what say you?
And also, another question, just in case you want to be really thorough, is if the Ukrainians really do have bioweapons that can kill Russians, why haven't they used them yet? It's been 4 years now. That's another good follow-up question to ask as well, because it's like if they were working on bioweapons in Ukraine weapon that could kill Russians, and for that reason, Russia had to annex all of Ukraine and take it over and militarily occupy it to destroy that stuff. They never did that, and it's 4 years on now, and they've never used that weapon. And that weapon would be well and truly done by this point and usable within 4 years. So that's another great follow-up question to ask after that as well. And there you go. You got your whole PowerPoint in 2 questions. One, where's the proof of that at all? And 2, if they had it, why haven't they used it? And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a huge thanks to you once again for the support and help with this channel to keep running. And we are on and into the next one.
We also have a 10 from Tom Exman, who said, can you post up the 1952 U.S. agreement of having bases allowed in Greenland?
I don't think I'd be able to find that off the top of my head at the moment, but we could try and find that off air eventually. But I do thank you massively for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. I also just saw Will say, well, the Ayatollah put a fat one on nukes, so pretty much none unless he lifts it.
Oh, no, not a fatwa.
And not a fatwa, as I call it, a fat one. But anyway, so that we're on to the next one.
Oh, man. I remember the last time they did that. That didn't work out so well for them. I think Natanz got hit pretty hard after that last fatwa. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Whip, who puts in a 10. They said, could the Greenland thing be a secretive U.S.-EU collusion to provide a defensive strategy to prevent Russia from targeting the U.S. in any way? And Russia believing the U.S. is aiding them against the EU?
No, because the truth of the matter is that we have an ultimate defense against the Russians because we can wipe them all out, literally today, right now, like within 30 minutes. So that's our ultimate defense against the Russians, is that we have enough nukes to turn the entire country into a burning hell in about 30 minutes time. So that's generally our primary defense. We don't have to come up with any sort of posturing or structuring with Greenland to do that. We have that by default just by existing right now. So a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Quantum Fighter, who said, at 1,400 days of WR, 1.5 million soldiers dead, sent from the something on potatoes. I'm not sure what the rest of this said, to be honest, but he said, show quokka. That's the part I got at the end. He said, show quokka.
Oh, well, we can do that. Like, we can do that at a minimum. Let's take a look at these sweet creatures. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at him. Look at the little fella. Look at him.
What's he so happy about? What the hell is he so happy about?
Man, he's happy because he was living in the good economic times.
You know what a quokka is?
What?
The dream constituent of a politician.
You know, it really is. You know, this folks right here is a political person. Pick whichever political party you're not a part of, and this is whenever their guy is in office as the president. Everything's perfect. like everything's perfect to them. And there's so many things that are never right, folks, with the country. You know, the economy, the foreign policy situation, and so on. But if their guy's in charge, they got that little shit-eating grin going, and everything's fine to them. Although it's always getting a little bit worse. Always interesting with that. But I mean, look at
I'll tell you what. I will say, like, I've never really seen a political person be kind like this. Maybe they're not so political after all. Maybe these things right here, they could be moderates, perhaps. It's hard to tell, but you know, that is a creature and a half there, a very happy creature. This is basically, at this point, this is like, I was trying to find a country. That could be Greenland. That could be Greenland right there, the way that they look. Just simply trying to mind their own business, happy, but yet the predators are creeping up on them. It's a damn shame. Predators could have multiple meanings, so actually, but it's a damn shame.
It really is. It's a damn shame, honestly. You know, something else. You know, folks. One day, I hope, when I get elected, half of the country will be happy as beans. Like, hell, you could do anything you want. Like, you know, I could declare martial law and completely destroy the national government, and yet people would say that it's all right and it's fine and nothing's been better and nothing's been more democratic than this. Like that's how the modern world works these days. It's something else, I tell you. It's something else. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep it running, and we're on to the next one.
The next one goes to No Disciple 1, who put in the 10. They said, I like the pre-1700s China history and culture, but you can't pay me enough to go to it as it is now. He said, I will always have a target on my back, which saddens me for obvious reasons.
You know, you're like that Kanye song. I like the old China. I don't know what the song was, Matthew. What the hell was that song? It's like
I like the old Kanye. Then it gets explicit after that.
oh yeah, well, like yeah, well, I guess we can't go on from there. But I mean, China is very cool historically. I love historical China, like the China that was not communist China. Communist China sucks. And no one will ever make me think otherwise. They can show me as many shiny buildings covered in LEDs as they want. I still know what they are, and that's never going to change that. The Chinese government can never be trusted, and they are a parasite on the earth. There's just no other way to put that than what it is, and it doesn't matter how many shiny buildings
The
like
Chinese
that.
government?
Yeah, the Chinese. That's what I just said a second ago. Like that's what
I was making sure. I didn't hear you.
the Chinese government is like. Yeah, I just said that like 1 minute ago. So the Chinese government cannot be
Just
trusted.
gotta make sure. Just gotta make sure. That's all.
Like the Chinese government cannot be trusted. The CCP is a parasite on this globe. It doesn't matter how many shiny skyscrapers they build with LEDs on them. That will never change the fact that that is probably one of the worst governments on the planet. And one of the worst countries on the planet because of its government. So, with that in mind, I would have to say really great respect, honestly, all the way up until 1911 for China, because after that was the era of the warlords, which really wasn't that much better than what it is today. But I mean, China is a very cool country, very cool people, very cool culture. Modern China is not that. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Winston Smith, who puts it to 7. He said, USA, and I'm a Canadian, and you're always our brothers and sisters, and free Iran.
Hey, and we love to hear of our neighbors in the north. A great country, I'll say. I think that Canada is a really cool one. I've always loved those people who have come from Labrador. I've always run into them from time to time. Haven't you, Matthew? The Labradorians, the Labradors. Have you ever seen them?
I might have at one point, though. Right now I'm seeing a very late time frame on our stream right now.
Oh, well, I mean, we can't really control that. But I mean, here's the Labradors of Canada. Cool people. Really cool people. But I got to say a huge thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we always love to hear from our Canadian viewers. And Matthew is right, folks. We actually do have 30 super chats left. That's a lot of super chats, folks. And we're going to have to start speeding this thing up just a little bit. We're not going to be going turbo mode just yet, but we will be speeding it up a little bit. So we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Trippy, who said, where is Russia in defense of another ally? And all I'm hearing is crickets.
Well, that's what you'll always hear from Russia with their allies. And a big thanks to you for support. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a $5 support from Alex Burleton. And thank you very much, Alex, as well. He said, thanks for the great coverage, and I watch most nights since the early days of the channel.
And thank you so much for watching since then. And we're always happy to have folks here with us and watching. And so a huge thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And also we have a 5 from Chance. Oh, what was that? Oh, something back there cracking behind me.
Huh?
Don't hit me with that. Don't hit me with that sonic weapon, please. I'm already messed up enough. Don't do any more. I don't need any more damage. Okay, I'm at bedrock. I mean, come on, man. But anyways, this one goes to Chance. He said, "I love the content. Enjoy the nights I have time to watch." And I put my question in the live chat. He's like, couldn't afford the characters and LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, along with the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And his question is, it says, is the U.S. doing anything to prepare cheap drone offensives that have succeeded, beating the S-300 and S-400 air defense in Ukraine, or will they continue to burn money? And Chance, we actually have a Shahed ripoff, or at least that's my personal opinion. It's technically different, if we're being real technical. But there's a drone out there, I think it's called Lucas, and it looks very similar to a Shahed, but it's totally different because we made it. I think that's our answer to it. But Enforcer, what say you?
That generally is our answer to it at the moment. So I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for the support. We're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Gabriel, who said, futures markets open on Sunday. Stock market is open 4 a.m. Pre-market, then 9:30 a.m. during the normal times. And I think it might be different because I think Monday might be a federal holiday. So I'm not sure if the futures markets actually opens on Sunday or not. It might. I'm not a futures trader, though. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you so much for the support, and I thank you for sharing that with us because I don't know a lot about that. That's news to me. So a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Bobo Vasquez, who puts in a 5. He said, what are you guys' thoughts on Greenland? And I would say I like Greenland. Despite the name, it's not green. It's snow white. It's white with snow. So it's actually not green, except for maybe on the edges, around the edges and stuff like that. Kind of green around the edges, they say. But they're not beginners. But Enforcer, what say you?
It is kind of green around the edges, but you can see the snow starts pretty pretty quickly on in. I think Greenland's cool as a Danish territory, in my opinion. So big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that us addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Clayton Wilkie, who said, "Good day, both enforcers. And can you show the front line from 3 years ago to see the front line back then from Clayton in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia? LSA rules."
Let's see here. Ukraine front line in summer of 2023. Let me see if I can get that here. See if I can get that here for you, fellas. All right, fellas. We got it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We got it. This is it right here. And this is their front line today. It hasn't changed literally in like 3 years. And yet,
plot twist, they suck.
And then some people in America say the Ukraine's losing the war. It's like, oh, that's a funny one. And they got other good jokes too. Oh man, like China's a great country to live in, and dictatorships are good. Oh man, they crack me up. And the groceries are cheap in Russia. How about the gas? Oh! But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Robert Planting, who put in a 5. He said, "Hypertensive? You should maybe take a breath or maybe 2.
Hypertensive? I'm not hypertensive. I just talk fast because we got a lot to say and very little time to say it. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Ryan H. on Wheels. He said, "Illegally invading and trying to take Greenland would make the USA look no different from Russia invading Ukraine."
That's exactly what we've been saying, Ryan H. on Wheels, and that's why we're against it. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Nod Disciple, I think. They said, "As others stated, solar flare should have been a vote option." And I don't know if there were solar flares today. Were there major solar flares that occurred today that could cause the entire southeast systems to go offline? How come the west wasn't affected? Because I don't think we had any problems.
Not that I've heard of, and generally the whole globe is affected from solar flares, so it's not really like a regional thing. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, "No monetary gain is worth sacrificing the greatest alliance in history, given the fact that global conflict is imminent. Perhaps it's my hot take."
No, I don't think that's a hot take. I think that makes common sense, actually, Andrew Honeycutt. And I thank you for the support and throwing in some good sense. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Taoist Auditor, who said, "Australia did a rare earths deal, which is easy access, so they don't need Greenland under ice difficulty. Don't steal my country, loving our healthcare."
Well,
I hate our healthcare.
I hate it too. Oh man,
that was unhinged as hell, but I meant it with my soul.
Yeah, I hate it too. I think everyone does in this country. Oh man, I gotta tell you, that's a whole thing. But anyways, beyond that though, I don't think we should take y'all. I think y'all should stay how y'all are, because that's how y'all belong. Y'all belong being who y'all are. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Parabox Modular, who puts in a 5. He said, "Aw, man.
Aw, man. I don't know how the feds haven't arrested me yet. Aw, man."
But I thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Camo Cannon, who put in that 5, of course, and said, "Why didn't Enforcement Man start saying okay right before a vote and stop saying his signature all right? Is he the real mad?" Honestly, I don't really even know, to be honest. Like, usually when I'm doing those polls, my mind is usually jumping like 5 different directions when I'm doing those polls. I'm usually talking to at least 5 people in the chat, checking Twitter, maybe even writing a Twitter post perhaps, and also doing other things on the side. So I can't even remember. I don't even remember what I said during the beginning of the poll, to be honest. Like, I don't know if the Havana thing has gotten to me or not, but I can't remember. I can't remember. But anyways, Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say, I can't remember. I don't know what I said. But beyond that, I gotta say, I don't know. He might not be real. I haven't checked on him in about a day or two. Might be a shapeshifter. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I gotta say, the reason why I said that, folks, is because when I went on Twitter today, the first thing I saw, Matthew, on our account was some stupid tweet where they were like, "Did someone shapeshift behind the attorney general in a congressional system?" And it literally was just a video of a woman taking off her glasses. And they were like, "Look, her eyesight has changed." I'm like, "Yeah, because it's a lens, you idiot." It's like, what? It's like, what are you, stupid?
What are you talking about?
Dude, there was, like, I just told you, man. It was a tweet on Twitter. It was a tweet on
Twitter.
Twitter.
I'm saying, what are you talking about? You didn't tell me what the hell you're talking about. You said it was a tweet.
Yeah, it was a tweet on Twitter. And on the post, like the post on the Twitter that was posted, it said, Look, there was a shapeshifter behind the attorney general at this congressional hearing, and then it was just a woman taking off her glasses. And then in the video, they were like, look, when she took off her glasses, her eyes changed size. This is like, yeah, you idiot, she took off her glasses. You know, it's a lens. It magnifies what's behind it. It was so
I
stupid.
don't even get it. I would have to see the video. I'm not even sure. I don't even understand it.
So you know when you put on your glasses, right? Like they make your eyes look larger. So when you take your glasses off,
They
your
do?
eyes look small. Yeah, that's why when you wear glasses around someone all the time and then you take them off, they go, "What? What the hell?" Because your eyes are smaller looking. So they took their glasses off, and the whole video was like, "This woman's a shapeshifter because she took her glasses off and her eyes got smaller." Like that was the whole thing of the tweet.
I don't know. I think that might be a good thing. I don't understand that. It sounds schizo.
Yeah, it is. I mean, someone was definitely off of their meds. Like that's for sure. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ilium, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Ilium, for that support. And genuinely, I did not delete your super chat. Nightbot deleted it, and I did not get to read it or copy and paste it before it got it. So I don't even know what the hell Nightbot's doing there. It's not supposed to be deleting our super chats like that. So if you would like to send it to me again and tag me at Enforcer Matt in the chat, I will read it if it's something that's not political, of course. But I don't know why he got rid of it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I don't know why Nightbot did that. That's the first time I've ever seen it do that. But I do have to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, Illinium. And I do have to say that folks like you help this channel to keep running, and we will make sure to answer your question once you put it in the live chat. I'm very sorry that Nightbot did that. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from D Atlas Films, and D Atlas said, all this talk of museum ships has me reminiscing about my time working on the USS New Jersey, which just underwent a restoration.
And you know, those were some really cool ships. And I got to say, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And that's really cool to hear that you were on the New Jersey. And so a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to, also by the way, let's see here. Oh, this is right. I was waiting for Ilnium's super chat. I got confused for a minute. But our next ones here go to Dr. Reefer, who put in a 4, along with Plazoth, who put in a 3, and Nova and Steve, who put in a 3 as well, along with Sub Creature, who put in a 2, and Pat Powell, who put in a 2 as well. And a huge shout out to all 5 of you for that support. They did not leave comments, but we do appreciate it. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank y'all for the support, including that creature. I gotta thank Sub Creature. Like in the words of Jimmy Tarrant, after Frosty the Snowman came back to life, we can all get along with each other. Thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and all of y'all helping this thing to be a possibility every night. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Bruce Lee, who said, quack, chili bowl.
Chili bowl.
But I gotta thank you massively for the support, Bruce Lee, and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Hexen Work, who puts in a 2, and said, I'm not rich, but let me share that love.
Well, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And also, we have a, let's see here. Ilnium put it in that
He
time.
got him again.
He got it again.
Got him
This time
again.
I can actually unhide it. Okay. I see why Nightbot got it. You put the name of the president in there. And we have it programmed to where if any politician's names are put in the chat, it automatically deletes it just because of our no politics rule. So that's why it did it. So what Ilnium said, they said, you're welcome. I couldn't mention the president's name in my message when I was buying the super chat. It keeps saying edit your message. So I changed it to White House.
Oh, well, I thank you for the support, and I thank you for sharing that with us, because that lets us know why I did that. But we have like everyone's names in Nightbot to where no one can put them down directly. That includes the last president, the current president, and a couple of significant political people in the Congress and others. So that way we don't have people just coming in here and going, so-and-so's an idiot, and people are going, no, he's not, you take that back, like they know him. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $2 super chat from Trippy, who said, what about that Cyprus base? UK support with US. Honestly, if we're going to take anything, we ought to just go take... Is he talking about the Cyprus base, or is he talking about the one down there in Diego Garcia? Which one?
He's talking about RAF Akatori in Cyprus.
Oh, never mind then. Never mind. I digress. Go ahead.
I mean, I just say we shouldn't take anything. I mean, and also the British wouldn't also allow us to get through there either because they're nuclear armed. Messing with nuclear armed countries just isn't a good move. So with that, that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
You see, what I was about to say was, and I thought he was talking about Diego Garcia for a second. I was about to say, if the U.S. is going to take anything, well, I'll just take Diego Garcia. Like, if that gets the invasion itch out of the system of the U.S. officials, then just let's settle on invading Diego Garcia. Like, I would actually be in support of that, actually, because I'm not in favor of Britain trying to sell it away from us. That's stupid. So if Britain wants to get out of the situation and go back home and leave the island, then we can just simply have it. That's the bottom line. What you mean? What you
They're
mean?
nuclear armed. What are you talking
What, Diego
about?
Garcia?
The British.
No, yeah, but they're wanting to sell it. They're wanting to get out of there. They're wanting to go home.
They want to give it back to the natives. They're not wanting to sell it. They're just giving it back to the natives in 50 years.
But ultimately, though, they want to leave. They want to cut ties and go home. So, I mean, if they want to cut ties and go home, then go home. But we're going to have it.
No, bro. No, they're nuclear armed. No, that's too dangerous. No, man, that'd be like going up to North Korea and saying we're taking an island near your coast. No, man, they're nuclear armed. I mean, that runs risks.
We won the Revolutionary War.
That was the 1770s. That was a totally different time.
I mean, those muskets were powerful.
I don't think that's even close to a nuke. Like, I don't even like.
I mean, that was like the nuke of the day. Like that cannonball and those red coats. That was the thing of the day.
Man, a nuclear bomb is more powerful than at least 5 muskets. I wouldn't risk it.
I mean, Britain's not doing anything, especially now Diego Garcia, and they're leaving anyway. They're leaving the place. So, I mean, if they can just let them leave and say, okay, we're going to give it back to the natives. We're going to give it to the natives.
Well, that's
okay?
in 50 years, though.
Britain, in 50 years, what you mean?
Yeah, but they're giving it back to the natives in 50 years. Like, it's not tomorrow. It's literally like in 50 years from now. This isn't even a problem right now.
Are you sure about that? Because I thought it was something that's going to happen in the next 5 years.
No, it's like in the next 50 years.
Are you positive?
Yeah, it's like a Hong Kong thing, like a 99-year lease deal.
Diego Garcia. Hey, so let me fact check this. Let's see if you're correct. Let's see here. No, the thing was they were trying to give it back to the natives, then they were going to immediately lease it back to us for $9 billion a year. That was the thing. They weren't planning on giving it like actually back to them in 50 years. They were just going to lease it back after we gave it to them.
What? No, hold up. I gotta go look at this. Let's see. British to give back Diego Garcia. When? Let's see. The UK is giving sovereignty of the Chagos Islands, but it has secured a 99-year lease to continue using the vital UK-US military base under a deal signed in May of 2025. So it's a 99-year lease that we have on that thing. So that's not going to be an issue for another 99 years.
Yeah, but have they actually handed over possession of the island back to the natives?
No, we control, the British control that island for the next 99 years. That's what the 99-year lease is about. Because the British...
Yeah, but that means that the British don't own it if they're leasing it for that. That means that the natives own it. Did
the British own Hong Kong?
I don't know about that. But I mean, a lease is basically renting.
Well, the British own Hong Kong. I think a lot of people would agree with that, and it was a 99-year lease as well.
But I mean, a lease though is like a temporary ownership of it. I mean, you're just renting. It's like being a tenant in an apartment. You don't own the apartment. You just temporarily have possession of it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we still have it though. That's Britain's problem for the moment for the next 99 years. And then if something waffles with that, then we'll step in. But right now, that's not an issue. It basically is like the British own it. I mean, the British didn't basically own Hong Kong. They owned Hong Kong for 99 years. There was no like the Chinese come in and have like a landlord inspection or something like that. They just owned it for 99 years, and then they gave it back to China in 1997 when the 99-year lease was up. So, I mean, that doesn't matter for the next 98 years at this point.
Well, that's insane. But but the catch is though, like with the lease. I mean, technically, what is it? Mauritius that has it? Is that the country that has the island?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if Mauritius decided to go the wrong way. started to try to screw us over or something, they could simply say, okay, at least cancel, get off our island, and they would have every legal right to do it. So, I mean, that was back to my point. If we want to take something, I mean, Diego Garcia is something to take. I mean, that's something there that is actually very strategic and wouldn't really ruffle feathers the wrong way in that case.
I mean, I wouldn't take anything. I mean, it's a 99-year lease. It's not gonna. They're paying for it too, from what I can find. They're paying 100 million pounds a year for the lease to the Mauritians. So that's Britain's problem right now. They're the ones paying it. They're the ones taking on the burden, and we still get the access. So if for some reason they defaulted on the payments, and then it's about to be handed back to Mauritius, well, then the Mauritians can take it. They don't have a military, and then we literally just pop up back on the island and go, we're taking this. And that's the end of the story. Then our foreign policy issue isn't with the British, it's with the Mauritians.
I just got to say this though, like we have a lot of UK viewers. I'm good friends actually with several UK viewers here on the channel. I love the British people, and we're actually Welsh in heritage. But I will say this: that was a level 10 dumbass move that Britain did with that. That was stupid as hell. Why the hell would you have possession or ownership of the island and then say, we feel so bad about what happened a long time ago, we're just going to give it back to Mauritius? And this is not like just some random island. This is literally critical to our security in the region. So they're going to jeopardize that by giving it back to Mauritius and then paying them $9 billion to literally have the island that they already had. And that is stupidity to the extreme.
We're so sorry. It's like, well, it's like you weren't sorry when you took it, so I mean, it's a little too late for that, don't you think? But you know, it won't be a problem for the next 99 years. So you know, hopefully it won't be our issue. But you know, I gotta say that guy right now, the Prime Minister of Britain, who looks like he's from Whoville. I'm not really. Now we'll be arrested if we go to the UK, so now that's also off the travel itinerary. But not really a big
police
fan
in Nottingham want to have a word with you for your post on the web.
Your speech will no longer be tolerated. Coppers, grab that man. It's like
He hurt my feelings, and therefore he will spend 50 years in the slammer.
man, someone in Britain. Hello, this is the Black Horse. Man, and then that phone call, sir, man, of that guy saying, put a girl on. Man, the British Prime Minister came out and said, I'm grievously offended on behalf of the put a girl on man. Then for that reason, the owner of the Black Horse is going to go into the slammer at His Majesty's prison for the next 70 years. It's like, damn. It's like, all right.
You have committed an atrocious crime against the state by making that post of a meme on Facebook. You have offended the great nation of Britain, and you shall go to the slammer.
You conducted a grievous offence against His Majesty's government, and therefore punishment shall be levied. It's like...
This man posted a roadjack on Facebook. Lock him away, that bastard.
This man said something that in most other countries wouldn't bat an eye, but here it's not accepted. Off to prison with you. Man, like, next thing you know, like in a couple of months, they're going to be going, off to the coal mines with you. It's like, no, anything but the coal mines.
Man, I'll tell you what, Britain saw North Korea. They were like, wait a minute, you can just lock people up and stuff over saying stuff? Like, wait, damn, this is a revelation. Britain said, let's give this a go. Started arresting people over Facebook posts. It's like, what the hell is Britain doing? Like, arresting people over Facebook posts. I mean, I would assume that the British people are probably not in favor of that, but it's cracking down their ability to speak. So I'm not sure what Brits are in favor of that. I would assume that most of them would like to speak their mind, like, you know, most democracies allow people to do is to speak their mind. So, I mean, that's crazy work with Britain. I don't know what's going on with them.
Man, meanwhile in France, we installed le traffic camera. It will charge a ticket to anyone who speeds. And then the whole country goes into a riot. People are getting shot and stuff. It's like just totally opposite across the channel in France. Like, France is like a battle royale land if you ever watch what they do internally, like in their domestic politics stuff. People riot over everything in France. They're very angry, like, about a lot of stuff. But then over in Britain, if you say something like, I don't really like the government, that's enough of you. Like, it's like, what? It's like, that's crazy. But I mean, it's kind of like that in America these days. It's like kind of getting there at this point.
No, it's not quite like Britain. I think Britain feels like the testing ground for it. I feel like they're kind of like testing the theory, like how that would work in like a society in Britain. And then they're like, whatever works in Britain, we'll just take elements of that and put it into the United States.
I mean, yeah, it's starting to move that way though. Like it was already moving that way in the last administration, and this one's kind of just taking that and moving it on a little bit forward. Like that, if you don't see that, folks, you would be blind at this point. Because as far as us on this end of being on like a loudspeaker, we get to witness that in real time. But anyways, with that, folks, enough of that. We've had enough of that, lads. It's time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Dr. Reefer. And thank you very much, Dr. Reefer, for that $10 pound right there. We appreciate that very much. We appreciate that. Thank you. And what do you say?
And I got to say, thank you for your support and helping us to keep this thing running. Together with your vote, I'll be able to become a member of Parliament, and I'll be able to scream with everyone else in the House of Commons. Dodgy Dave! Dodgy Dave!
We won't have Dodgy Dave in here being insulted in the middle of the Commons.
You will be expelled from the house. It's like a minute. Oh man!
Well, I will stand by my word that he's Dodgy Dave. It was like, damn! It's like it turns out that guy does that all the time, by the way. But you know, I thought it was a grand stand when I saw it. I was like, damn, this dude right here is making a stand, but he does that literally all the time.
Man, they have like their celebrity characters, and that guy, what's his name, Dennis Skinner, he's one of them. But beyond that. I saw someone say in the chat, just to address them, someone said, the British government is not bound by their constitution. You know what's actually crazy, though? And this is one thing that I will say the British have a critical failing in. They actually don't have a constitution. Like, when they speak of the English Constitution, it isn't an American constitution in the sense that it was a ratified body like the Constitution is in America. The English Constitution is just like this somewhat generally agreed upon soup of important documents that some people might not even agree are that important. Like, y'all don't, in Britain, y'all don't have any protected rights like we do in the Bill of Rights under our U.S. Constitution. Technically, everything's up for grabs in Britain. And that's what's really weird about that, because you can see the huge difference. Like, in Britain, issues that in America become significant deals, like the freedom of speech under the First Amendment and the freedom of the press, or the right to bear arms, or the lack of unwarranted searches and seizures, there isn't a constitutionally protected right in Britain for those things. It's just really whatever the Parliament decides. That's why a lot of people in government theories speak about Britain basically being a democratic mob rule, or a democratic dictatorship, basically, because whatever goes is what the public gets. Whatever they want is basically what's going to turn out to be, without any sort of restrictions or even any sort of stopping of the Parliament, for that matter, which is quite interesting. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to Taoist Auditor, who puts in a 5 and said, y'all all visit Taiwan before China tries to steal it. Wonderful country, best train system, a ring road, and you can train around the country for about $10.
$10? That's cheaper than the Front Runner. Dang, I'll have to check that out one day, but I do thank you massively for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also we have a 2 from Messiah, who said, so the China Sea is out of carriers then, hashtag smart.
And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. A very interesting observation. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a 2 from Trippy, who mentioned something interesting. Let's see here. Is this one good to read?
From Trippy? Is that who we're talking about?
Yes.
I don't see a super chat, unfortunately.
It's in the live chat right now.
Oh. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to declare ignorance on that one, but I do thank you for the support. That was this channel to keep running. We're on to the next one.
I must admit, I'm kind of scared of that one, Trippy, because there was a very bad incident with the Top Gear trio. They sort of got into that whole old thing right there, at least allegedly, and they ended up getting in some big bad trouble for it. So I don't know about that one. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Milty, who puts in a 2 and said, stock market close on Monday for MLK Day. I have a dream.
I have a dream that the U.S. is going to conduct airstrikes on Iran this weekend. but beyond that, I gotta say a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And that is actually true. And I thank you for being quite observant with that. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Abu, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much for the support as well, by the way. And we also have a 2 from Trippy yet again, who said, what if the horses have bugs under the skin?
then someone should take their meds because I don't think bugs can be under horses' skins. I don't think that's a thing. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Nico, and he said, "Will NATO hold its ground against the United States of America?" But they are NATO. That's the thing. It's like you know that Spider-Man meme where Spider-Man's pointing at himself. It's kind of like that. It's not supposed to happen. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say no. They will, like, no matter if the French or the Germans get involved, if it remain conventional only, they are going to lose. But I don't really think that's the grounds of which we would be speaking on, because it doesn't really matter whether they win or they lose, or whether that's a war that we could win. It's the consequences that come afterwards that make it completely pointless whether we win or lose. And I think that's really more so where the argument should lie, rather than in can we fight them and win. It's more so what would happen whether we win or lose, and it will be the same no matter what. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a 2 from Taoist Auditor, and thank you very much, Taoist Auditor, for that support. He said, "Matt, name the cars from that trip." And that was the Patagonia Special that the Top Gear trio went on. They had 3 different vehicles because obviously there's 3 hosts. I think Clarkson was in a Porsche 928. I can't remember the trim of it, but I think it was a Porsche 928. Hammond was in a Ford Mustang. I think it was a Mach 1. And also, May was in a Lotus Esprit. I remember that one because I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, that was the 3 different vehicles. I'm not sure what happened. I think they had to abandon those vehicles when they got stoned out of,
Ushuaia.
I think it was, yeah, I think they got stoned out of there or something. They were getting like stones thrown at them, so they had to flee and leave the cars. I'm not sure if they ever got the cars back or not, but 3 pretty cool cars though. But yeah, I can actually remember the ones from the trip. It's kind of crazy.
So their license plate had some sort of a reference. It was like 1982 something, which was taken as a reference by the Argentinian people as a reference to the Falklands War, which got them irate. So when they finally arrived in the city of Ushuaia, which is this one right here, they were basically attacked by mobs in the city, and they had to flee. The reason why they were attacked, folks, is because this was the last place that the General Belgrano sailed out of before it was torped, near to the exclusionary zone that had been created around the Falklands. And the people of Ushuaia are very touchy about that, because a lot of people who were on the Belgrano were from Ushuaia, and they died out there at sea. So that's why they were irate about the whole deal, although the Top Gear trio states that there was no intention to cause offense, and that wasn't even, that was more so a coincidence rather than anything on the license plate. But yeah, that's actually what it was. I remember that episode vividly because they were in that hotel filming them all panicking, going, "I think they might get in the hotel." It was like, oh damn, it's like they might get beat, and then they finally got out of there like by like the skin of their teeth. But really crazy stuff. But beyond that, I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to JB Najalki. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. And he put in a 5. And unfortunately, we can't read this one off right here. We generally make it a policy not to comment on other people's channels like that, just to avoid trouble. Because we like to stay in our own lane. We got a good thing going over here, and other people can do their thing. Honestly, like, no offense, but we're sort of in our own lane at this point. So we don't really care very much about the other ones. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I do thank you for the support, and we do stay in our own lane. But there's some great channels out there like Dennis Davidov and Civdiv that are friends of our channel. We talk to them from time to time. Civdiv actually said that this was his go-to channel for news. He commented that on one of our videos a while ago, which I find to be high honor, because that guy has actually been in Iraq, Syria, and Ukraine actually fighting out there. I mean, that's really a high honor for someone to have been in that many conflicts and consider our channel to be pretty good reporting. So, you know, there's some great channels out there, but we generally stay in our own lane on others, you know, like others that we really don't know where we lie with them, or, you know, that generally aren't friends of the channel. Although that one, like, I don't know where they lie with us. I don't know if they like us or not. But I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
You know, the crazy thing is, I think, let's see here. Let me check real quick. I think the Mint stopped doing silver. I think the Mint suspended sales of silver products. I think. I don't know why. I was just thinking, like, it popped in my head, like the whole song, silver and gold. That popped in my head, and I was thinking about the silver products and stuff. But anyways, I'll have to double check that, make sure that the Mint did do that, because I heard people saying it, but I'm not totally sure. But jumping into our next one here, after that whole thing, we have a 2 from Dr. Reefer once again. And thank you very much, Dr. Reefer, for that $2 support, and we do appreciate that. We also have a 2 from Richard Tisdale, and Richard said, Amaris says hi.
And hello to Amaris. I hope they're doing quite well. And a massive thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, we have a $50 support that just came in from Ilnium once again. And thank you very much, Ilnium, for the second support of the night, all the way from Canada. They said, amazing channel. I was here in the 12-day war in June when he nicely covered the Iran news. And God bless you all, and good night.
Oh, and thank you so much for the support. Oh, we had a load of viewers join us during the 12-day war. As a matter of fact, that was the biggest time in this channel's history, as a matter of fact. Let me show you all that. Because it's actually kind of wild. We're running out of time, but this is actually something that's pretty crazy. A lot of people joined us during that time. It was this time right here on our subscriber graph. We went from 360,000 subscribers to about 470,000 overnight. So about 110,000 subscribers joined us in that one 12-day period. And so I got to thank you so much for being in that large, massive humanity that joined us, Ilnium, during that time. And we thank you so much for your kind words and enjoying our coverage since then. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, a lot of people have joined us tonight as well. We're currently sitting at 530,000 subscribers, and we've gained about 1,000 almost, or getting close. Well, actually, a little bit under 1,000, but we've gained a lot of subscribers on the stream tonight. Yeah, that's a lot, man. That's a big number. We're glad to have all the new people on the stream tonight, and we're glad that apparently people like it too.
Yes, welcome everyone. Please make yourself at home. Be comfortable. We run these things all the time. 6 days a week, as a matter of fact, every day but Mondays at 10 p.m. Eastern time. But we're about to do that anyways because it's about to get towards the end of the stream. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Jay of the Decline, who's put in a 2. He said he worked at a certain place, and he says it was probably a cyber attack.
And to thank you for the support, and thank you for letting us know what you think on it. And a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Nico once again. He said, favorite movie of all time? Honestly, my favorite movie of all time, like, because I'm not going to pick a serious one. I got serious movies that are, like, my favorite of all time. I would say Pixar's Ratatouille, a masterpiece. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's a rat in the kitchen. But let's see. My favorite movie of all time? It's a good question, because I don't really watch a lot of movies. I'd say no. I mean, I don't know, actually. I just don't really watch a lot of them.
If I had to pick a serious movie to say my favorite, it'd probably be Interstellar, if it was a serious one.
Oh, yeah, that was a great movie. That would probably be my favorite right there. It probably would be Interstellar, because Interstellar was a damn good movie. Like, if y'all have not seen Interstellar, y'all have to watch it. Yeah, it was a very good movie. Another one that was really good was The Thing, but that wouldn't be my favorite. But The Thing, which is a horror movie, was a really good one, too. But I just really can't recall a lot of movies. It's actually been years since I've ever had the time to sit down and really watch a full movie. But I did see a little bit of I saw a YouTube video documentary on a movie, Matthew, that sounded really good. It was from 1957 called 12 Angry Men. Have you ever heard of that one?
No, I have not.
A really interesting premise. It was actually a jury room after a trial had been concluded, and they were trying to come up with a verdict, and they had to decide whether a boy that had been alleged to have murdered his dad in their apartment was guilty of the murder or not. And I was listening to a video documentary on it, which included some clips of the movie, and it actually sounded really good. I'll probably try and watch that one eventually, probably in a year or two, but it sounded like a really good movie from how they were explaining it. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a 2 from Jay of the Decline once again. He said he calls it something else, that organization. And that is interesting. But thank you very much, Jay, for that support. We also have a 2 from Bruce Lee, who said, Iran to be attacked on Monday. No off day for you, and quack.
And we'll see. A lot of bets are in right now. We'll see. But I can promise y'all, no matter what the bet is, we will be covering it. And so huge thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jay of the Decline once again. He said, this anti-musket spray.
Well, I think you were supporting pretty good one right there. I got to say, that got a crack out of me. Thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Ryan H. on Wheels, who put in a 2. He said, "What is the favorite Top Gear and Grand Tour special for the Top Gear? The River Kwai, the Burma special, that one right there. That is the one that I like the most from the Top Gear days. That was a classic, like building that bridge over the thing. I like that one a lot. For Grand Tour, I'll be honest, I really don't have a Grand Tour favorite. Like Grand Tour try to revive what they had during Top Gear, but Top Gear was like the OG days of that group. Grand Tour was good, but it just didn't match the Top Gear in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
Unfortunately, I never really watched it enough to be able to know like a favorite of mine personally, so I'd have to declare ignorance on that, unfortunately. But I'd also have to agree with Matthew. My personal assessment of Grand Tour was that it was trying to recapture the brilliance of Top Gear, but it just more so was kind of like living in its shadow, more so than standing toe to toe with it, at least in my opinion. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Arar983. And thank you very much, Arar, for that $20 support. He said, "End of stream, rooster contribution, or chicken contribution." LSA.
And thank you for the Costco chicken. And thank you for helping this channel keep on running. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And also we have a 2 from Nova and Steve, who said, "Putin stinks."
I would agree. But a big thanks to your support. We're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Talos Auditor, who said, "The Morris reference was Top Gear with piano."
Oh, really? I gotta say, that's interesting. I thank you for sharing that with us. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And also, we have a $1 super chat from Alex Burleton. And thank you very much, Alex, for that $1 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And with that, folks, we are now fresh out of super chats. But once again, a huge shout to literally everybody that supports us tonight. And we do appreciate that. We are now quickly jumping into our Morse codes. We are running overtime, record time right now. Our Morse code decoders tonight were Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffiness, Kush, Coperiteric, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse says, "The U.S. looks to be preparing for strikes on Iran, and they can only hope that they'll happen soon." And LLT, LSA.
And ding, 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 that's the sound of money. I'll get that down on the nail. That was the Morse code message tonight. I got to congratulate greatly Lisa Marie Signal Corps for getting that correct time and time again, because y'all are always getting the Morse code message down on the nail. So humongous congrats to all of y'all once again. And with that in mind, folks, we're going to be getting 3 live chat questions because we are considerably over time tonight. We are 4 hours and 6 minutes into a show. That is a lot of time to be running a show. And so we're going to be getting on into those 3 live chat questions around this thing on out. And Samantha, we got the third to last question of the night. What do we got?
And also, I'm being told by my sources that Hot Dog Man might be in some trouble. I'm hearing from my sources. I don't know what he's done. I'll, of course, research. But I'm hearing some interesting things from folks. I'll have to see what is accurate out of these claims. But, oh, man, sounds like, man had to up the stakes. But anyways, our next one here goes to Stephen Shroud, who said, "How many aircraft carriers do we have available, and where are they now?"
Currently, according to Ian Ellis, I have to give a huge shout out, by the way, to Ian Ellis. Does great work on Twitter. Right now, available around the world, we have the Gerald R. Ford, Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, and also the George H.W. Bush and Theodore Roosevelt. All of the other carriers are currently on post-deployment or they're undergoing maintenance and refit. So at the moment, we have 5 available carrier strike groups. The rest of them are down for maintenance or they're getting some off time and shore leave because of their long deployments. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to James Hurst, who said, "With the current situation from America and Greenland, what viable options does the EU have to peacefully handle the situation?"
They really don't have any, because if the U.S. wants to force a fight, they have no option but to fight. They just tried the peaceful solution today, and it didn't really appear to work too well, so it sounds like they're just going to have to put their dukes up and hope for the best. And I feel quite sorry for them. I mean, that's a bad spot to be in. I don't know why we're putting them in that spot. And I hope that there's some action taken that will stop this, I would hope. But with that, I hope that is addressed to the best I can, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is TS Actual, who said, "What U.S. strike aircraft do we know are within the theater? And also same with the Tomahawk capable systems, the land and air and sea base, and status of the forces in Germany. Can you tell us anything about that?"
Unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that at the moment. That's a fairly significant and broad scale amount of forces that I have to know about at the moment. And unfortunately, we just don't have a decent amount of scope and scale on that current sort of an operation within CENTCOM and UCOM's area of responsibility. We know that there's basically nothing inside of the Middle East, but there is always a significant amount of armed forces and air forces that are present within the area of UCOM's area of responsibility. So with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we thank you all so much once again for watching. We hope that you'll have enjoyed. And if y'all have, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We run the stream every single day of the week, 6 days a week at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, every single day but Mondays. And we also run short war videos whenever there's enough news. And with that in mind, folks, we will see you all tomorrow, either at 10 p.m. Eastern Time for the short war stream, or if there's enough news to make in the middle of the day tomorrow, I'll be the one making the short war video. That's me, the Enforcer. And so with that, a big thanks to all of y'all once again for the for watching the stream tonight and the support. And we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time or in the short war video. So with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraine, your arms love, long live the Eastern Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again tonight. We've had a major stream tonight. Over 220,000 people have joined us by the end of it, which is insane. It's competing with the mainstream news network out there. And call us the news stream because we're coming in strong with those numbers right there. The ratings are coming through. They say they've never seen ratings like this, and I would agree. I've never seen anything like it. But thank you all for joining us once again tonight, and we will see you all tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern on the stream at night, and also on the midday short war video if there is enough news to cover in the meantime. But of course, we will be on the lookout for big breaking news. We might have an emergency stream if these strikes break out at any point, so stay tuned for that. And of course, you can follow us on Twitter at @SeekEnforcer. Over there on Twitter, we're currently at 55,000 followers, and you can join us over there for real-time news throughout the day. But with that, we'll see you all tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.